Mic check.
We'll be there within the next 30, 40 seconds. There was more rain here today than it was the other day. It's raining pretty good today. All right, we're back.
Hello to anyone that's joining.
We are
I'm
back.
just starting to look at this Nancy Guthrie stuff. I was going to cover the timeline as well as follow some of the JLR stuff today. And if you've never seen JLR Investigates, he's on site. He's been doing a lot of very, very good stuff. He's been the primary source of boots on the ground.
On what I just showed you.
Kind of what he was originally doing, for his channel.
Reasonable to ask why there was no surveillance.
Let's throw it down a little bit here. But he's the video that we're watching there, and you gave people permission to rebroadcast this out. Part of the reason is because the other mainstream media, they are trying to block it. They're trying to block citizen journalists and social media investigators and things like that from having a say. And I find it very interesting.
Cameras don't record.
I think it's because he's getting significantly more views than they are.
Makes no sense that we don't have any footage of any vehicle. Even with Brian Goldberg in the middle of Moscow, Idaho, there was a white Honda.
Yeah, we saw, I think he's averaged about 1 million.
You can't get any vehicle.
I think it's between 1 and 2 million per stream per day for the last 2 weeks. Mainstream media, they're lucky if they're getting 30,000 on their videos. So I think they're just jealous. But we're going to cover some of why some of the stuff they're saying is very strange. They're basically telling him to get out of town, and they're not talking about just him.
Some people said most of the camera lights are mounted for just traffic control systems.
So I'll keep him playing, but I'll mute that here really quick. So we have like this Representative Alma Hernandez. She thanks these people for inviting them to join to fight back against the disinformation and rhetoric from individuals claiming to be helping bringing Miss Guthrie home. My heart goes out to Savannah Guthrie and the entire family. Tucson wants this nightmare to end. It's our duty to speak up and call these fake reporters, streamers, and armchair investigators out because it is the right thing to do. So do you think that people like JLR on the ground, and I believe there's another one that's Dad Does Drones or something like that, they're out there on the ground right now every day, filming everything, talking about everything, bringing news updates. You have people like Iked Mel who's doing the same thing, and they're bringing a ton of information out, stuff that the media is not really even talking about. Do you think that those are fake reporters and armchair investigators? I mean, a lot of these people that are investigating in the news, a lot of these professional reporters don't have much more training or anything else than the average person does. So unless you have a degree in journalism, which doesn't mean you're a good person or you're reporting the truth, how can you sit there and say that about these people? And then you have no amount of hate or threats will silence me, get lost, go home. I mean, we're talking about threats, right? I mean, this is technically threats against JLR and these people that are out here doing this. So let me play this video here really quick. This is her basically trying to address that.
State Representative Alma Hernandez joins us now. Representative, thank you so much for being with us. Obviously, there is this statement today from the sheriff clearing the Guthrie family. What do you think of that? How do you feel about that, given how strongly you've been speaking out against people speculating?
Yeah, so first, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. It's really frustrating. I believe that as elected officials, it's our duty to speak out when we see these type of issues in our community, when we see people taking advantage and using such a vulnerable situation for this family to then turn around and monetize off of it is extremely outrageous. I mean, the sheriff clearly put out.
Now they're saying this is to monetize off of this, yet she's on these news stations who also have YouTube channels and social media channels, and they're also monetizing off of it. So she's not any better or different than the news channel she's on interviewing.
A statement calling on the media, but I believe what he really meant was those individuals who are not the professionals that are actually out there trying to report the facts that are coming out as we hear them. These are individuals who are truly just out there to create havoc and who are spreading misinformation in our community.
So you're glad the sheriff went out and did this with such a declarative statement?
I am, but I would also like to see other elected officials. I'm the only one that has told people to stop doing what they're doing.
So no, I think she's saying this in reference to the people that are maybe saying that the family was involved. And I don't, as far as I know of anyone who's on the ground, including JLR, who is saying that, you know, Savannah or her siblings, excuse me, had something specifically to do with this. And I think the DNA evidence that came out, they kind of ruled that out.
I've heard from many who keep telling me behind the scenes, I agree with you. Thank you for speaking up. I'm hearing from many people in the community who are saying, you're saying what a lot of people aren't willing to say out loud. And at the end of the day, that's what we have to do.
CNN's Lee Waldman, a reporter who's been on the ground there, actually spoke to a streamer over the weekend who went from Tucson to Florida. And this is how he defended what the so-called online detectives are doing. Watch.
We want transparency. You want to make sure no stone's been left unturned. You want to make sure you find the right streamer, but there's a lot of really good people, and I think the audience can figure that out. And yeah, they're out there doing a lot of work. They're invested in it fully because they want justice.
What do you think of that defense, that these are people just...
Now, anyone that's in the chat, I know it's in the morning, so I'm not sure if you're working or not, but based on what he just said and based on what she's saying, put a 1 if you think that people on social media and citizen investigators and stuff should be able to do this. Put a 1. If you think they should just stay out of it and leave it to mainstream media, put a 2. And I have a feeling that many of you will probably say that they should be able to. You know, it shouldn't be just mainstream media. I think mainstream media is, I don't want to say they're biased, but they are. And I don't want to say that they get paid to say certain things, but they do. So we have to be really careful when we deal with them. And this is almost done. We'll get back to JLR live on the...
Trying to help. They want justice.
I mean, just look at what we saw the other day. We had one of these streamers ask one of their followers to send them pizza delivery. Who does that? A person who is serious about their job, who is actually a reporter or working for someone and checks their facts, goes and makes sure that they're, you know, giving us accurate information, is not going to go and sit on a lawn chair posted in front of the home for days without moving to try to get any story that they can, right?
See, now to me, this is one of the most ridiculous arguments you can have. If this person isn't doing it the way I would do it, then they have no credibility and they have no value. That's what she's basically saying. So, I mean, we don't need to watch any more of this. Obviously, you can see that she's basically trying to just discredit anyone who's not her or the mainstream media.
For all types of perps that were seen on surveillance, creeping around, backpack person. Remember, backpack had double backpack. All they did.
And this video here, this is JLR Investigates. Make sure you guys go follow him. I know some people feel certain ways about him and other people, you know, some like him, some don't. But he's on the ground. He's there in front of Nancy's house. And he's been following all of this case and adding some very valuable information.
Jennifer Hitchcock, 6694. Scanner call from this AM police. Thoughts, McGee Road bridgeheads. Here, I'll make a call right now. I'm going to put this on mute for just a minute. I'm going to make a call and find out a little bit about what you just said about the scanner call. Oh, Sheriff. Probably shift change.
All right, so as these sitting there doing that and the sheriffs are moving around and stuff, let's watch this video here really quick. Now, this is, if you followed Baron Coleman before, there was some talk about certain searches happening on Google and Google Trends before crimes happen. And this was another case of that. Apparently, the Nancy Guthrie address had been searched before and the salary was searched.
Right now, I do want to get you to a big story that we have been covering here all throughout the last 19 days, as we do have some new information on the search for Nancy Guthrie, the kidnapped mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie. At least one internet user appears to have searched for Nancy Guthrie's home address in the weeks leading up to her kidnapping. Fox News Digital analyzed Google Trends, finding searches for Nancy Guthrie's address in June of last year by someone in Arizona, then again on January 11th of this year, a few weeks before she was taken. There were also 2 Google image searches for Nancy's address in Arizona. That was in March of 2025, then sometime in late November or early December. Those searches were reportedly looking for specific images or a map of her home. Google Trends also showing that someone in the Tucson area searched, quote, Savannah Guthrie salary in December of last year. Investigators will likely look into that as the search for the 84-year-old now enters day 19. Sheriff Chris Nanos joined us on Live Now from Fox just yesterday, speaking about some of the evidence that's been collected. Do you want to play a short clip of that right now?
We have DNA from the crime scene that still needs some work and some follow-up to be done, and that's being worked on. We have a video that you're showing right now.
Now, just really quick on that with the DNA, from everything that I've seen and everything I've read, there is no match anywhere. So the DNA hasn't matched anyone or anything, and including the people in the house. There was some talk that possibly maybe someone peed or went number 2 in the toilet before they kidnapped her or took her, if that's what happened. And they're thinking that maybe that will match something. But yeah, they don't really have much right now. And yes, Brian Inton is doing a majority of the work on this one, it seems like. And then obviously, like I said, you have people like JLR who's on the ground right there.
That needs further analysis. So that backpack, they've positively identified it as a specific brand that's sold at a specific location, a specific store, I should say, or stores, Walmart. And we're working with that management's team there to try to get further on that. There's a lot on that video, the weapon, the holster, the mask, all of those things we're working hard to also identify those. Just hundreds, if not thousands of leads that are still in front of us to chase down. The pacemaker, working with all the technology there to try to see if there's not a way to track that down too. So no, I understand that there's maybe some level of disappointment that, oh, this lead didn't get us what we wanted, but that's what my team does. They know that, hey, we chase down leads, they develop them, and some really develop into even a stronger lead. So where that maybe it gets us a person of interest or a search warrant, those kinds of things. But then you have your lulls, right? Every investigation does that, ups and downs. But we keep up. Every morning these guys get up. Every morning these young men and women get up and they go, today's the day. Today we're going to find Nancy.
And of course, those are photos right there on your screen, as the sheriff is also sounding off on a TMZ report that the FBI has been in touch with Mexican law enforcement as they check to see if Nancy Guthrie was transported across the border. Sheriff Nanos maintains there is no evidence that she was taken into Mexico. TMZ also reporting that Border Patrol cameras and other electronic devices have been checked, finding nothing, but the hope is that federal authorities in Mexico will help to spread the word. The reward in the case also continues to grow, doubling again now to just over $200,000, and that includes the $100,000 from the FBI and 8-8 Crime in Pima County also offering another $100,000 after an anonymous donor provided the cash. Jillian Snyder is a retired NYPD officer, now a resident senior fellow at the R Street Institute, and now teaches at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, joining us now to discuss all of the latest developments. And Jillian, as always, a lot of big developments here.
Now, before they get into that, one of the biggest things about this case, obviously, is the mom's health. She has heart problems. She has a pacemaker. I don't know if the pacemaker sends a signal out to a satellite, but I know that it can connect Bluetooth to her phone, and obviously that disconnected early on. So, if she's in Mexico, obviously they get really easy access to medications. So whatever meds she needs, if someone kidnapped her, they could go buy those meds in theory. But like I know with my mother, I hate talking about this piece, but my mother had a lot of health problems the last like 10 or 15 years of her life. And she was on about 30 different medications. And when she decided she was done and she stopped the medications for less than 24 hours, she was gone. So a lot of these medications are what's literally keeping people alive. I don't know what she was on, but that's definitely a huge concern.
Yes, absolutely.
And I do want to start by asking you about the situation there with Google Trends. Again, Fox News looking into this and finding searches for Nancy Guthrie's home address as well as Savannah Guthrie's salary. What sort of role can that play? Can investigators track down where that came from?
So Google Trend data appears to show, as you said, that the address was searched several months ago, actually, and then again more recently in early January. And there were also those 2 image searches, one in March, I believe, of last year and one a few months ago. Google has cautioned that for uncommon search topics, trend data can include random noise. It is really, what it does is it looks at big data sets. It really doesn't focus on isolated search data. But if these searches are legitimate, they paint a picture of pre-operational surveillance and targeted selection.
So if you heard that, she's saying that there were searches on Google for the mother and for the mother's salary before this happened. Very similarly to if you're following the Charlie Kirk case, the same type of setup. There were a bunch of searches for Tyler, for the doctor, for the medical examiner. I believe even for like Brandon Harpel, like even the security team. There's just all these weird pieces that were searched before. Some were a couple months before, some were a couple weeks before, some were a couple days before. But it sounds like this is kind of similar. Also, similarly, President Trump said that he wanted the death penalty for Tyler, along with a lot of other people. Also, for this one, I just saw something, I think it was yesterday or this morning on X, that Trump was saying that the worst punishment possible or being put to death for whoever kidnapped her mother. So very strange parallels in both of these.
So someone researching the victim's physical address months in advance, pulling up images of the property, maps of the property, and then searching how much the victim's daughter earns, that's consistent with someone who's building a deliberate target profile. So I do think that if this is, to be legitimate, this could actually yield a lot of law enforcement data and knowledge.
And of course, if you're not already following JLR Investigates, just like people are saying Brian Nitton's doing a great job, JLR has been on the ground. He's seeing a lot of stuff. He's showing stuff. He's had a ton of information. He's trying to retrace the steps. This is the kind of stuff that people were wanting to do for UVU with Charlie Kirk. And he's doing it for this case. So love him or hate him, he's doing good stuff. Let's see. Spitfire is saying, found out Nancy's home she doesn't own. She's the trustee for his home. And by who? Her late husband. Interesting. I don't know if that's common or not, but I know she's been there for 50 years. I don't know if there's those laws where if you've been in a place for a certain period of time, you're just automatically grandfathered in, but I think 50 years would qualify. All right, let me see. Is there audio on his stream? I just want to make sure.
Maria, I think the frustration that all Americans have right now is the lack of consistency. And as an investigator, you know that when you're doing a case, it's not only important to bring the subject into handcuffs and to return Nancy Guthrie, but you have to look at it from a legal process that when they are taken in, eventually they will be going into the court of law, likely to face the criminal justice system. And you have to make sure that your evidence is buttoned up tight. And I hate to say this, but this investigation has been bungled on many levels. Many law enforcement officers believe this, and that is going to be problematic when this person is brought into custody because, for example, look at the crime scene. It was wide open. They didn't even lock that crime scene down. It was open, a tainted crime scene. That's problematic. I think that the DNA not being sent immediately to Quantico and being sent to Florida, that probably wasn't the best investigative move. And I think the inconsistent statements by the sheriff, we all remember initially, the family was clear, and then the family wasn't clear. And then the family was clear. It's just an inconsistent statement that is very confusing, I think, not only to the American public, which this is of a huge interest to all Americans, and frankly, it's a world interest at this point, but it's confusing to law enforcement officers as well, because many people ask, how was the family cleared? What evidence came in that cleared the family? So again, this is where it comes down to the sheriff. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about potential ego, politics. You've got to set that aside when you're working these investigations.
No, they're talking about this sheriff. I started doing some digging on it too. It's much worse. It's much worse than just ego. There's all kinds of back history talking about, money issues, corruption. Yeah. There's a lot going on. So I'm actually curious if he was searched on Google Trends before as well.
I want to be fair and I don't want to criticize, but I am just going to state it clearly that my understanding and people that I know in that area are extremely frustrated. And there does seem to be a lack of even support internally at their own sheriff's department. It's not really FBI versus the locals. It's almost internally. There seems to be a lot of inner strife. A lot of people seem to have left, didn't necessarily respect the sheriff. But again, this is the time for everyone to come together. This is not the time for egos. This is not the time for accolades. And I think the other thing that's confusing is that there aren't wide open press conferences. Right now he's doing individual, media interviews. Yeah. It would be best if everyone was on the same page. He just has one, central press conference. Everyone can get the same data, the same information. Consistency is important. But let me rest assured, the law enforcement officers are working tirelessly behind the scenes. They are working day and night. There are literally hundreds of people from the FBI working tirelessly. That will continue. And right now it seems like, there's not a lot going on. The DNA didn't show up in the CODIS system. They're sending out off for genealogical testing. Maria, it takes one big break. All they need is one big break, and this case could potentially be solved.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Keep the faith, but keep praying, and we need to pray for Nancy.
Nicole, we are now on day 19. Do you think she's still alive?
Maria, I want to be hopeful. Yeah. But the again, possible, yes. Probable, I just want to keep the hope. I just want to keep the hope alive.
Yeah, of course.
Long
Nicole,
pause.
thanks so much. Great analysis as always. Nicole Parker. We'll see you soon, Nicole.
I think that was a good analysis there. The reason being is that some of the same questions we've been asking, particularly about the sheriff and the handling of this case. So there could be problems within the department here. Maybe they should just hand the entire case over to the FBI. The entire case is handed over to the FBI. Read some of the comments here. Connie's hand says, if criminals from Mexico took Nancy, they could have taken her and been back to Mexico before anyone knew Nancy was gone. Kidnapping U.S. citizens for ransom is unusual in the U.S., but not in Mexico. Praying for Nancy. They could have had, say this thing happened and the perp is out of this area here by 2:30 a.m. They could have had Nancy in Mexico by 4 a.m. By 4 a.m., Nancy could have been in Mexico. Kidnappings in Mexico is very common, right? Not in the U.S. all like that, but going back to that analysis, I mean, she's saying a lot of things. Norma says, don't stop talking, JLR. I have my headphones on at work and appreciate listening to you. Again, we are, for some reason, the mainstream media feels like, or some local politicians, people feel like this is detrimental. What we're doing right here on JLR Investigates is somehow detrimental to the case. We're messing the case up by just having the discussion and speculating. I don't see how we're messing the case up in any way, shape, or form. We are doing lots of speculation. We're seeing what's going on in real time, and we're responding to what we see and speculate what it's all about and decipher through. I can't see how that is detrimental to this case in any way, shape, or form. We're keeping the conversation going. We're keeping Nancy's name out there, and people have a lot of questions. People want to talk about this case. People have a lot of opinions. People have a lot of perspectives. But some of these same people, and I put out on Twitter, some of these same, you know, it's not all the media, because I think a lot of the media here is great, and they do appreciate this type of, you know, content and this type of, you know, reporting out there on the scene in real time, because they've told me to my face, many people here, many of these people that are in these vehicles here, cool with probably 99% of everyone here, they think this is the future. But there's a few of them, right, that want to sit there and focus on YouTubers and people that aren't mainstream media, maybe because we're, you know, taking views away from them, or whatever, they're jealous or whatever, you know. But they're so focused on how we're covering this, but they're not focused on the sheriff and his handling of this case. Like,
to answer that question, you don't follow this daily. Is there any proof of life? No, I haven't seen any proof of life at all. Not even right away, not even initially, because they found blood. They found blood that matched her DNA on the spot. And then ever since then, it's just been speculation about if she's alive, if she's not alive, if she's in, you know, certain Arizona, if she's in Mexico even at this point. So no, to answer your question, there is no proof of life that I've seen at this point.
Reporting what's going on, hearing the reports, and keeping Nancy's name out there. I mean, the sheriff, you know, some people are...
Celtic, thanks for the super. Thank you, TriggerSmart. Liked and shared with the algorithm. Stay safe. Men like yourself are beginning to help traumatized females understand that not all males are threats. The GMs are good too. Yeah, I mean, that's really important to understand. Just, you know, we're and same with, you know, even not even just male and female, men and women and that kind of stuff, but even like liberal and Democrat versus Republican and conservative, right? Like even in those arenas, everyone's always trying to be divisive and make people hate other people. Typically what you see is a very small percentage, even like the bad men, for example. But I appreciate the message and the super. And any user, I showed this earlier, but thank you as well for the super sticker.
But here we are. We pay them no mind.
Yeah, so I think for anyone that's not familiar, this is JLR Investigates, this video. And he's averaging, I want to say he's averaging 1 to 2 million views per day on his streams. We can go, let's go look really quick, because I know he's not really covering anything specific at the moment. So if we go back, look at his lives, he is at 27,000 people watching. Yesterday, just under 1 million. All the days before that, 1.1 million, 1.2 million, 2 million, 704,000, 500,000, 700,000, 600,000, 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.1. I mean, you can see, I mean, he's probably just guessing. And these are long streams too, right? These aren't just like an hour or 3 hours. These are like, you know, 10 to 12 hour streams. He's probably making, just guessing, like ad revenue and everything and supers, because he's getting supers throughout the entire thing. He's probably making between $5,000 and $20,000 a day, somewhere in there. That's like, you know, for the 1 million, for the 2 million, you basically double that. So yeah, I mean, he's probably, you know, he could pay off his house over the last couple weeks. So
JLR, you're on TriggerSmart's podcast live. Well, hello, whoever TriggerSmart's podcast live is. Hello, JLR Investigates. Thanks for watching. Brian M6198. I bet there's some connection between local pharmacy hospital employees and family members. Mexican American background is very high. But there's some connection.
So
local pharmacy
let's see here.
Family.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people from the past, especially like JD Delay, JLR. There's a lot of different people that have past where they, you know, they had fraud, they did crimes, they maybe robbed, whatever they did. And yeah, I got the shout out. But you know, you hear this kind of stuff, and you know, you assume they're just horrible, terrible people. A lot of them have turned their life around. So he basically went from whatever he did back in the day to now he's just trying to investigate crimes, and he's been doing it for a long time. So like I said, you know, some people like him, some people hate him, but I think what he's doing with this kind of stuff is important. And I think when he went out there, he didn't go out there only because he thought he would get millions of views. He probably didn't even know he was going to get millions of views, to be honest.
Where the homeless people are.
You know, when we do this kind of stuff, you know, like I might go live now and have, you know, a couple hundred people in here. I might go live in a week and have, you know, 10 or 20,000 people in here. It's completely unpredictable. So I think what he's doing is good. Someone asked about Brian Inton. Brian Inton's numbers. Let's look at that really quick.
Taylor Green Memorial and YMCA.
Let's see. We know Brian Inton has been doing good stuff. Let's check him out. Is this the right? Yep, that's the right Brian Inton. I don't know how many lives he's been doing though. Let's see. Is this the same 492,000 subscribers? Why is there only one live? Interesting. But on his regular videos, let's see, 400,000. That was yesterday. 500,000 the day before, 500, 600,000, a million on, yeah, a million in a row, 800,000. Yeah, so I mean, he's doing great on numbers too. So Brian Inton, and that's not even lives, right? That's just a 25-minute video. Let's see, what's this one? How long is that one? 30 minutes, an hour, 30 minutes. Yeah, so Brian Inton is getting, you know, 500,000 plus, up to over 1 million views during this entire Nancy Guthrie thing. I'm trying to see if he's had any huge days where he's had like a couple million. Let me see. Nope, doesn't look like it. So it looks like 1.1 or 1.2 was his top. And then, you know, JLR obviously is on site live for 10, 12 hours at a time. And he's obviously getting more views, but, you know, he's putting in more work.
Let's see what's going on. Flight radar 24. See the sky pretty empty. Around Tucson.
Yeah, exactly. Brian Inton does some good reporting. He has some good research. He has the news station, our News Nation behind him. But like the SWAT stuff and everything else on the ground, you know, seeing the, what was it? The pool trucks, you know, the pool worker trucks and stuff on the ground. That was all JLR. So yeah, JLR has them smoked as far as numbers go. And looks like we got some people talking stuff. Let's see.
The rain is pretty much cleared out. It's snowing in the mountains.
I didn't know about this. He fumbled the interview with Lance's family in CK situation. Oh, you're talking about Brian Inton. Yeah. The more people look into that, the more sketchy it looks. But, you know, I don't have proof one way or another, but it seems like it seemed very contrived. But I think some stuff did come out that, you know, she's legitimately related, but he didn't ask any tough questions. He didn't ask for proof of the last time she spent time with them and how close they were and all that kind of stuff. She just kind of, you know, he just kind of let her go and just say what she wanted to say. But I think it came out that she had spent very, very little time with Lance. Lois777, thanks for the super. Let's see. JLR was in Florida on the West Coast a year after the hurricane and investigated for days on the cleanup. It still looks this way today. Yeah, he's been doing this for a long time. He's been boots on the ground for a long time.
Sorry for your loss. Horrible. Sorry.
Yeah, SC, I agree. I mean, she could have said whatever. I don't know if he validated it. I think he did. Because if you remember, Billy and Brandy went up and talked to him as well. So I think Billy and Brandy were asking some questions behind the scenes. Like, did you vet her? Did you validate what she says and that kind of stuff? But I don't think it added much.
Yeah,
I don't think it swayed anything one way or another, really, that interview.
Hold on.
About to get a bump because JLR mentioned my channel. I don't know about that. It either goes one way or another, right? Someone basically texted him and said, "Hey, TriggerSmart's using your feed." That's basically what that was. And he said to other people, including Ikadmel, that he wanted people to use his feed specifically to get the word out about stuff. So he basically gave us all permission to use it. Now, typically, with something like this, where he's on the ground, I might take pieces of his like full stream later after the fact and give him credit and talk about things that happened. But this is different. He's streaming for 10, 12, 15 hours a day. So I'm just trying to see if there's any advancements and that kind of stuff that have happened. Yeah, exactly. He said it's okay. So now the fact that they mentioned my name, I assume the person who was messaging him was trying to say like he's using it, that's bad, right? But he's like, like he said, okay, cool, whatever. What's up, TriggerSmart? Because he already said everyone can use it. He probably gets 1,000 messages a day during this stuff.
Not far. Everyone keeps asking about
Yep.
the golf course, so this is the one that was been provided to me, the one where possible perp.
Let's see.
Well, he says he's innocent.
Now, as he's going, I'll let it play out, but I'm also going to look for other news and stuff that's coming on.
So we'll do a drive. It's not far. The rain is ended. We need to go on a road trip.
And if you have any interest in the timeline, like if you're kind of new to this case, I can cover the timeline while we're watching JLR as well. If you want, just let me know. If you want to see the timeline and you want me to cover it because you're new or you just want to kind of get updated, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't care about the timeline at all, put a 2. All right, looks like we have a good number of 1s. So SE1 is for anyone that wants to cover the timeline for this case, and 2 is if you don't care. But it looks like the 1s have won. The 1s have won. Hey, Mary, how's it going? Yeah, this is true. Brian Hinton, yeah, the way that interview went down was basically saying like, Tyler did this and, Lance would never do something like that or whatever else. Like, yeah, it was definitely seemed like it was one-sided. But again, Brian Hinton's done good stuff. So maybe it was just a one-off bad day or something. All right, let's go ahead and cover part of the timeline. Let me know if his audio is too loud. I want to still have it on, but like lower. So let me know if it's at a good level. All right, timeline. Nancy Guthrie. So January 31st, she was last seen at her home in Catalina, Arizona. She was dropped off by Tommaso Cioni, who I think was originally one of the suspects. And I think since then, he has kind of been cleared. No, I did not watch Dad's Gone Live last night. I'll have to go back and check it out. But this Tommaso Cioni, people are saying he's too tall based on what came in. And but following dinner, and then the garage door closed at 9:50. And I have these marked as facts and speculation. So this is a fact. February 1st, disappeared from the home. Evidence of an abduction early in the morning up to like 2 a.m. Doorbell camera disconnected. And they said that, the doorbell wasn't, or the camera wasn't paid, apparently. Like the Ring service or whatever it was. But, we know there's technology out there that can disconnect these cameras and shut them out, right? Easily. They can hack into the Wi-Fi. They can do all kinds of different things. And then her pacemaker disconnected from the app at 2:20 in the morning. And no signs of disturbances, but I'm sorry, there are signs of disturbances, including bloodstains confirmed as hers, but no forced entry. Phone, purse, wallet, car, and medications were all left behind. That's factual. The thing that's interesting, though, is why would there be bloodstains? Now, some people, I know my mother, she had very thin skin because she was on blood thinners and stuff, and she would easily bleed. Yeah, Google Nest cameras too. Yep, Martha. But people would, who have the thin skin from blood thinners and stuff like that, they'll bleed really easily. So that could maybe be part of it. Maybe they just, when they grabbed her, her skin tore and she bled. But they found some that was confirmed hers. And then February 1st as well, she didn't arrive at church. People basically reported her missing around noon. And then the house was officially a crime scene. February 2nd, announced as a abduction, multiple ransom notes were received by news outlets. It sounds like TMZ is one of the main ones. And it's just interesting that TMZ was the one chosen. And I believe they're also at like 5 ransom notes now. So they've had, 5 separate notes that were sent to them. And it's just very strange. And I know the TMZ obviously is like on the far end of the news, saying that people, they have like the outrageous stories like you would expect from the Enquirer or something like, Michael Jackson just jumped off a building wearing a Batman suit and he flew down to the bottom or something, just some BS. So it's very strange that they got it. And they're demanding $6 million in Bitcoin. And as far as I know, none of that's been paid. And some notes possibly hoaxes, so they don't know what's real and what's not. And then her phone and security cams were reviewed, confirming she did not leave voluntarily. So this is interesting because it said, and this says fact, but it says her outdoor security video were reviewed. Yet they said they didn't have the footage up here, right? It said that the doorbell camera disconnected. So I'm assuming they mean that the camera's inside the house, because that would be conflicting information. And then February 3rd, DNA evidence from the scene is expedited to the lab. The sheriff confirmed single perpetrator based on evidence. No useful tire tracks, kidnapping, and other motives remain on the table. It says no indoor cameras or alarm systems known. So again, if that front door, if the front door was off because there was no service, and this says there's no indoor cameras or alarm systems, then how could they confirm that she did not leave voluntarily based on security cam footage? So I don't know if that means the neighbors. That's another open question there too. So that's interesting. Let's see. February 4th, Savannah Guthrie and siblings released a video statement appealing for proof of life, which, as far as I know, has still not been seen. So a lot of people speculate that she might be gone. That's a possibility. Even just from medical stuff, not necessarily from the people that took her. Yeah, some people are saying they think it's an inside job in the chat. Yeah, totally. It could be, yeah. And of course, she was super strong into the Big E files. And she interviewed that girl who has some very damning information about people. So that could play into this. But the police searched far and wide. February 5th, authorities hold press conference talking about ransom demands and all of that. On the 6th, ongoing speculation, talking about Nancy Grace podcast debunking rumors. There was a bunch of rumors that maybe, Savannah and her sisters and her brother, or her sister and brother, were involved somehow, which I think has been technically debunked since, based on DNA. I don't know how, because the DNA didn't match anyone in the registry. And I don't know if they directly tested the family, but they did do lie detector tests, apparently. And the lie detector is saying that, they're telling the truth, supposedly. February 7th, family releases another video offering to pay the ransom. February 9th, the ransom deadline passes without confirmed payment. And it says former FBI official casts doubt on kidnapping theory, questioning lack of proof of life. So does that mean that they think that she was just taken out? That's what I would take from that, probably. Yeah, and again, JLR Investigates is what's playing there. Make sure you guys go follow him. It's at JLR Investigates on YouTube. He's also on X, I believe. And let's see. February 10th, FBI releases enhanced doorbell camera footage showing armed massacre intruder. Okay, now again, I know I repeat some of this stuff, but it's because I want to make sure it sinks in for people. This is saying it's a fact, okay? FBI releases enhanced doorbell camera footage of a mass intruder. Now, earlier, it was saying it was a fact that they had no footage, right? There was no footage. They didn't have service. They let the payment lapse on the Ring doorbell service or whatever it was, or Google. And if that's the case, then that means that this conflicts with the earlier report, but there was no footage. Now they're saying they have enhanced doorbell camera footage. So just weird things like that. And of course, this stuff can change if there's early reports or something. But when you start hearing conflicting things over and over again, you have to look at that pattern and just be like, can we really believe what we're seeing? Can we believe what we're hearing? And then people question the authenticity of the notes. February 12th, suspect description released, 5'9" to 5'10", average build, black mustache, and he had a backpack, a very specific backpack. 13th, law enforcement conducts operation near the Guthrie home. No arrests. Now, I believe this is the big day. I think this was the day that JLR got 2 million views. And this was the SWAT day, I believe. And if not, it'll correct me here in a moment when I get further down. But there was, like, I think it was 3 people. And there was early reports that someone unalived themselves. And that was later told to be incorrect. That no one actually unalived themselves during that raid or whatever it was. Valentine's Day, TMZ reported a new ransom suggesting international manhunt. DNA inside the home does not match Nancy's. FBI agents and forensic teams were active near the home, and sheriff confirmed related investigations. Now, the DNA stuff, I've heard that DNA was testing, like, the agents, testing the family, and testing, for possible matches anywhere else in the registry, the entire federal registry. And as far as I know, there's been no matches so far. February 16th, investigators believe this may be a burglary gone wrong, and they hope she's alive. And then there was more DNA tested from that Range Rover. The Range Rover, I believe, was found parked at the Culvers. So there was a Culvers component to this. I don't think they were sponsored by Culvers, but they were there. February 17th, still missing, obviously. They found DNA from gloves. They were 2 miles away. No CODIS match. They're looking at genetic genealogy. I think we're still waiting to hear back on some of this DNA stuff. But there's hundreds of agents involved. February 18th, biological evidence, mixed DNA found at the home. Over 18,000 to 40,000 tips pursued, which, I mean, I don't know how big their office is, but you're talking about crazy numbers of tips. Sheriff's office featured in a new TV series, Desert Law, amid case. Speculation like salt on the open wound, complicating investigation per New York Times. February 19th. Police canvass gun shops and use DNA banks, data banks. There was a guy that was interviewed saying that they came in basically checking to see who purchased guns recently. If it was, they had a list of people. Excuse me, I have a cold here, but they have a list of people, and they were asking all these different, gun shops, did they buy a gun from here, basically? Which, when you go to buy a firearm legally, should they be able to give out your information like that? I don't know. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different issue right there. But yeah, someone said they found 16 gloves, and a lot were law enforcement searching. Yeah. And gloves falling out of their backpacks, etc. Yeah, so it's definitely a messed up crime scene at this point. And the reward increased to over 200,000 with an anonymous donation. I would like to know who that donation was from. And lie detector tests were conducted. FBI said Mexican authorities, there's no evidence of a border crossing, but we know people cross the border all the time. And this is one piece that JLR brought. He said that you can basically see people going in and out of the border all the time. So for them to say there's no evidence of a border crossing, there's no evidence of a legal border crossing is probably the way I would put it. Let's see. New highly sophisticated email ransom demanding $6 million in Bitcoin again. And again, this is past the deadline to pay. And a gun holster is visible on suspect in the footage, and genetic genealogy is underway. And people have brought this up before about the sheriff, but he had some run-ins in the past with the FBI. And yeah, but actually we can cover that a little bit more later. But he has some run-ins with them, and he's not a fan. So he basically told them to kick rocks when they wanted to test the blood and stuff like that. He did it himself with his own lab. And they're saying he's ego-driven, mishandling the case. And the FBI is eager to take over, but needs family to request it, which is interesting. So I wonder why Savannah and her siblings have not requested the FBI to take over yet. Accomplices not ruled out. Over 400 investigators involved. So, I mean, that's huge. Now, just playing devil's advocate, why were there not that many investigators on the Charlie Kirk case? Now, you could argue, you could say that, well, there's a chance that she's still alive, whereas Charlie Kirk was, taken out completely. You know, as far as we know, some people think he's still around. But in this case, the fact that Nancy might be still alive, maybe that's why there's so many people on it. But still, 400 investigators, that's not including social media. If you include people on social media and X, you're talking about tens of thousands of people probably. Yeah, so that's the timeline. So from start to finish, that's everything that's come out so far. And, you know, it's been a couple of weeks. So I'm not sure, you know, if she's alive or not, but we'll see. I says TMZ is not a trustworthy news source for anything other than celebrity gossip and palace intrigue. Now, some people would consider this a celebrity type of situation, but when you consider, you know, the coverage for Big E and the people that Savannah was interviewing and the network she was starting to uncover and things like that, this definitely jumps into the conspiracy area of, you know, that she poked the bear and now the bear is coming after her family. But again, why would they go after her mother and not just her directly? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's see. Kentucky girl, how's it going? She says, sadly, the more time has gone by, I lost all hope she could be found alive. This whole case has been dreadful. Yeah, I mean, and just the health problems alone. I know, like my mother, you know, in her latter years, something like this, getting kidnapped and being taken away without her medicine. I mean, she would have been gone in a week. So it's just crazy. Someone says, is Nancy still alive? As far as I know, there's no proof of life. William, thanks for the super chat. He says, dead before a female cleaner arrived. Interesting. I'm going to turn JLR back on and see what he's talking about here.
I'm going to turn around. We don't want to get caught because we know the sheriffs are watching. We don't want to give them an opportunity to scoop us up on live.
And I just want to point out really quick how incredibly difficult it is to stream all day long for 10 or 14, like 10, 15 hours. You have to keep the battery going. You have to keep the stream going. You have to keep the internet going. You have dropouts and that kind of stuff. I assume he probably has a couple different like hotspots or something from different companies. But just the logistics of doing what he's doing, even that alone is difficult. So it's pretty impressive considering he probably doesn't have professional equipment. He doesn't have like news vans and, you know, the drones and that kind of stuff and all the battery packs and things that you would have if you're a major news agency.
Turn right onto historic US 80 North Oracle Road. Then use the left lane to make a
All right.
Use the left lane to make a U-turn.
But there is a gigantic. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Let me pull over into this
In
business.
1,000 feet, make a U-turn.
Let me go up here and pull into this business here. Because all this is like, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if we can look at.
Are you the pace? She has a pacemaker. I'm not sure what you're asking there. It is a pacemaker. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's an actual pacemaker to keep her heart beating and keep rhythm. It's not just a monitor.
Look, here it is. Yeah, it's like an old golf course, man. Here, I'll park. We can overlook it. I mean, this is a business. Or some sort of business or something. I don't know. Corporate centers. Let's look here. Dude, it is an old golf course. Look at the old 4. There's the holes.
Looks like a desert wasteland.
There's like an 18-hole golf course.
Hey, Jackie.
4. At this point, you should see if there's any familiar cases to Nancy. There's Tucson. It's par 3. So what it appears is Oracle here, next neighborhood here, it's just a gigantic hole, and it's down there in the hole. And it's land down here. It's an old abandoned golf course down there. Someone could get the owner and ask for permission to search. I will be more than welcome to do it if someone knows the owner. Yeah, some of these people that own property probably wouldn't mind if you asked them. Like the guy yesterday asked the neighbors if he could search on the property for Nancy.
It was interesting because when I did that video, that was new research to me, finding out that the scientists and stuff had connections to Big E. And for that CERN documentary that I did, shortly after that, then on Redacted, they had Ian Carroll on, and he was mentioning how Big E had ties to like biologics and trying to create like transhuman beings and stuff like that through other scientists. So it's crazy. I mean, that the piece I did is interesting, but there's so much more to it than just that.
You gotta think in a sense, you know. I mean, I know a lot of people might be like, she's alive, she's held in a warehouse. But you also have to be open-minded to the fact that she could also be buried or in the woods or dumped somewhere within close to her house. As sad as that sounds, but we're having adult conversations here. You have to wait for traffic to get out. Go rent a Jeep. No, this one's good. This Ford's good. I'm getting a Nissan Kick later. Switching cars up tonight. Getting a new vehicle. Nissan Kick.
Just think about the implications of, let's see. Did you get the message about Egypt? Yes, I did. I'm looking into that as well. Tanglewood, thanks. Yep, we call him Big E. They call JLR Walter Cronkite. So one thing that's really important about this is they keep talking about people are talking about these news agencies, and they're basically discrediting anyone who's not a mainstream media reporter. But first of all, not all of them are good. Secondly, they're all biased for their, whatever lean their parent company has, and a lot of them are paid to say certain specific things and take certain angles. And we know there's been corruption in there as well. Now, can that happen with social media investigators and stuff? Of course, and we know that some of them get paid off as well to say certain things and push certain angles. But when you have someone like JLR, I think I've seen him in the past, and I've seen him more recently, and I've seen obviously this now. There's nothing about him that tells me speciesism. That's funny. There's nothing about JLR that tells me that he has any nefarious intent, and that is why I watch him, and that's why I'm watching him with this. It seems like he's trying to get to the bottom of things. He's trying to investigate things. People are saying that, what is he adding to this case? Well, he was there when the SWAT was there. He had like visuals on the ground when SWAT was there. And a lot of details have come out. He's interviewed people. He's interviewed and talked to neighbors. So he's doing a lot more than people actually want to admit. Now, whether he was a criminal or not in the past, that's everyone has a past. I don't have a criminal past. I've had speeding tickets and stuff like that, but I don't have a felony past or anything like that. But even if I did, I would hope people would take me for what I am now, what I'm doing for the community and stuff now, not just what I did in the past. And that's how I think people should treat people like JLR. And see, like now he's driving around to these golf courses because people were saying that it's possible maybe her body was dumped at a golf course, and he's interviewing this person who's driving up. So he's looking for leads other people aren't looking into.
Throughout all these buildings,
This is when you bust out those sniffing dogs and let them just cover the whole property looking for body.
You're a blessing. Sheba.
For anyone just joining, this is right now what we're watching is JLR Investigates. He's been on scene for the last 2 weeks in the Nancy Guthrie case. We went through the timeline from the beginning all the way up to today, and we're just looking for updates and seeing what JLR comes up with. Right now, he's actually looking at a golf course because some people suggested maybe the body could be there.
This is an old golf course.
He just got permission. He just got permission to look through this golf course and look around.
mean, you say you can look around the buildings and everything if you want. He also said he rents it down here to some people. But yeah, look at the golf course. Look,
Do you guys have audio on his video?
Now, I don't think she would be in any house, but did somebody drive down here in the middle of the night and dispose of a body?
They can tell if the blood from the, let's see, can they tell if the blood from the porch is from someone alive or not? Thanks for the super William. They can tell how long it's been there. They can tell how long it's been breaking down and coagulating. But as far as like if the person's alive or not, you mean like if there's a dead body being carried out and the blood somehow got out of the body? Yeah, they'd be able to tell that it was much older and already decayed and bacteria and stuff been breaking it down. So obviously, someone like Lauren the mortician would know better. But yeah, I think they'd be able to tell if her body was already deceased before this incident happened, based on the blood.
This is a golf course tucked in between like ponds. Let me get the map here. Look at this. Somebody said in the chat this is a waste of time. I'm not necessarily sure about that, considering it's an old golf course, considering that a body could be out there near Nancy's, and you got to look at places where someone feels they could, a criminal, dispose of a body. Yeah, there was a dumpster there. I'm going to look in that dumpster. Never know. But a drone would have been cool. But you could go on the road and fly a drone over here easy too. So we could find someone with the drone and come back. I'm going to look in the dumpster because people are like, dumpster. I appreciate the owner. I'm going to send him a bag of coffee. Dude, there's a suitcase there. But he also said law enforcement has not been here. Any evidence of this? Yeah, be careful. It's cool out here. Nothing. Oh, oh man. Oh.
I wouldn't recommend that, JLR. Don't go sniffing trash cans, man. You never know what you're gonna find.
Golf course here. It's 55 acres. I'm at the top side, Rudisell and Oracle. And there's over here, it's the Pima Wash. Oh, somebody said open the suitcase. It's empty. There's nothing in there. I can kick it and feel it.
Hey, Kimberly, no issues.
Yeah,
this was an
wash.
unplanned.
The wash is over here.
Let me turn this down here real quick.
See, there's like tire tracks and stuff like that. I'm just thinking
this was an unplanned stream. The big stream is going to be tonight with John Bray covering the Mike Theory updates. That's at 6 p.m. Central. But welcome.
Hope the reception's good out here. Or it's fairly decent. Let's see. Got my other phone here. Yeah, it looks good.
Any searcher dogs yet? I don't know. Actually, I'll look that up while he's playing. I'll look and see if they have any like major search teams going on. I think they did, at least on the property.
I'm gonna go down here to the wash. There's so much land though. This was a good idea. To at least kind of just do a preliminary look.
Yeah, so based on what I just looked at, it says that there have been extensive searches using people, obviously, the FBI and the sheriff and other agencies as well. And then there's sniffing dogs, right? So they're looking for any clues, any human bodies, and that kind of stuff. Maybe they have her scent specifically as well. Deceased bodies too, right? So they're looking for living or dead, either way. And then you have the helicopter, which someone just talked about in chat. But they have a helicopter that's looking for, I think it's trying to look for the ping of her pacemaker or something similar, which is interesting. But the helicopter is actually searching for her by her pacemaker.
And intercepting going to this wash. I'm not going to go through the bushes here. I'm going to go down towards the wash. Looks like the wash crosses right over. So like right over there, a wash, and then it crosses over here, it appears. There's an old building or something here.
So, Marsha, hello. We are basically this JLR investigates. He's been covering this for a couple weeks now, and he's on site and he's looking for things that other people and investigators aren't even looking at. So, for example, right now he's in a golf course that's been abandoned. It looks like for the most part, and he just drove past the owner, and he got permission to go down there and search and look around. They said it's 55 acres, so obviously it's a huge area, but he's looking in areas other people aren't, and he's been on the case since the beginning, and he's been on site at Nancy's house. So he was there also when the SWAT team went there. So we're looking at news updates as they come through, and we also went through the timeline when this first started, and then we're also looking at anything that JLR comes up with.
Abandoned lots, abandoned property. Look at this thing. It was like an old. It's crazy. Dude, my feet are soaked. There you go. We got the permission from the owner. Dude, that looks like a walk, like a bridge or something over there. Let me go over here.
What would you guys do if he's walking through here, just casually messing around in this this golf course, and he comes across Nancy's body? I mean, it'd be crazy if it happened, but you know, I wouldn't put it past this stuff. You never know.
There's so much land, so if I'm missing something, let me know.
Yeah, so he's casually just looking around, but 55 acres. I mean, it would take you weeks by yourself to go over something like that. You'd probably miss a lot of stuff too.
I'm not gonna go this way.
Yeah, exactly. At least he's trying. He's out
what
there.
is
He's on the
that?
ground.
There's like a homeless camp in there or something. Like tents and tarps or something. Yo. Anybody here? It's like a tent. Anybody here? Hello? Hello? Dude, it's an old tent. Hello?
I hope he's carrying something on him, doing this
Ew,
kind
it
of investigating
stinks.
by himself.
I don't see anybody in there.
Yeah, someone says they feel like they're watching a horror
No,
movie.
there's nobody in there. That's creepy. It's a tent. There's water bottles. So I think people slept back here like homeless people. I don't know, man. I'm going to have to get a brand new pair of shoes. Dude, I literally wear $20 shoes for this reason. My feet are soaked. Yeah, there's nothing in the tent. It's crumpled down. I just looked. There's nothing in that tent. I could see it from the top. There's nothing in there.
For anyone just coming in, we're just following the Nancy Guthrie search in cases. This is JLR Investigates. He's been on the scene for 2 weeks. He's in Arizona. He was at Nancy's house, and he's been back and forth. He was there when SWAT got there, and the sheriff has been there and everything else. He's been on top of the case, just really trying to get in there and see how he can help. He's been searching around. Right now, he's at a golf course that's been abandoned, and he's looking around to see if he can find anything. You know, someone gave him a tip that maybe, what if the body was dumped in an old golf course? And this is what he's at. As he started to drive in to check it out, he wasn't going to go in, but then the owner showed up and said he can go to certain areas of it, but he couldn't go down to the main house. So that's what's happening right now. Yeah, exactly. He's boots on the ground journalism. And as this is going, like I said, I've already covered the timeline of this case at the beginning of the stream. And then as more details and stuff come out, as news stories come out and stuff, I'll pull those up too and play those.
Yo, that owner was cool, man. I appreciate that. Look, it goes all the way down. We'll go up to Rudisell and we'll walk back. The wash basin. Now, this, I think, is public property because usually when you have these type of rivers and streams and washes, no one owns them. But I'm not sure. No, I am literally, my eyes are zeroed in on. Wait, and here's another thing about this case. We don't even know what Nancy was last seen wearing. They won't reveal it. Even the night she went out to Annie and Tommaso's, they will not reveal the last known outfit. She could be very well be in the same outfit that she was last seen with Annie and Tommaso, and the authorities were refusing to release articles of clothing that she was wearing, at least what she was wearing at the time. She could have changed into a nightgown, whatever. We don't even got that, which is crazy. Yeah, look for smells, look for vultures. At this point, there wouldn't be vultures anymore, would there? What is this? Dude, my eyes are peeled everywhere. I wish 857 Tucson was with me because it would be an extra set of eyes. Look at this. But the fact that sheriffs never even searched this area, which is near Nancy's, I mean, you would think they would have searched these areas where there's a possibility where the people put bodies. This is weird. This is like steps. Somebody made this. There's like a walkway going to someone's home. Look at this. Dude, it's a walkway. It's like those homes on the top of the hill. I guess they have a little walkway. They come down to the wash. Crazy.
So let me ask this question here really quick because I'm seeing the activity in chat. So put a 1 if you would be doing the same type of investigation that JLR is doing. Boots on the ground, walking through this abandoned golf course, talking to all these different people, interviewing neighbors, especially by himself. Put a 1 if you would do that. Put a 2 if you're like, no way in hell would I do that.
If I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. So up here. So I'm going to just go up here briefly and then turn around back and go towards the golf course. I'm just going through this wash here. Now here's another thing too. Buried. Oh, it smells around here. Dude, I smell something bad. Where's that coming from? Something smells really bad around here. Let me go up on this hill a minute. Dude, something smells. Ugh, where's that coming from? Yeah, follow your nose. Look at that guy's walkway to get down here. The steps from that house. Listen, I know some people in the chat are saying someone has a drone. I listen, I don't know if other people are allowed on the property. They're going to have to go get approval, or I don't know if they could just come on the property. Again, I got approval. As far as anyone else, I would strongly recommend speak to the owner or coming on the property. I can't just invite anyone else without really approval. But if anyone has a drone, they can fire the drone off from the road and easily get in this area. If anyone has a drone, go to the road, go to the side of the road, go to Rudicell and park on the side and put a drone up. Dude, it's a vast amount of land. Why do people say turn on Bluetooth? Land's, it's going to be spotty here and there because we are in the Catalina foothills. Well, what authorities should do is at least put the chopper above here with the blue, You know, their pacemaker. People are saying turn on Bluetooth. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, let me get my other phone. I got my other phone. So people are saying turn on Bluetooth to see if anything gets detected around here. This is my Bluetooth.
So he's turning on Bluetooth to see if he sees any other
I'll just
devices,
keep this on and I'll keep monitoring, looking.
but they didn't have her phone. That's how they knew it disconnected from the app.
The smell
believe.
is all over the place. Literally. It's smelling here.
There's also this, when you guys brought this up. Nancy Guthrie case has Walmart link. Former FBI agent says Savannah's book mentions kidnapping games.
So again, I am going where my
So
nose smells.
there's that piece of this. This is very strange.
Weird. It smells like urine.
Tiny Loves Boston's. We're looking at
It
the
does-
Nancy Guthrie
it has
case,
like a
and
urine.
JLR Investigates is on the scene. And we're just talking about how, like, right now, there's all this stuff talking about Savannah Guthrie's books and how she talks about kidnapping and kidnapping games in those books. And now her mother's been napped. So it's, well, possibly
for
napped.
folks
We don't
that are
know.
in the chat, I am on an abandoned golf course on Oracle and Rudisill. It's a wash area. It's 55 acres. It's an old abandoned golf course. The owner has given me permission to be out here, and we're just scouring, looking for any signs of Nancy. Whoa, what is that? There's a gigantic tin something over there. I have to come back to that. But I'm just doing preliminary looks, but it does look like homeless.
What is going on with the feed?
It's like people here probably living here at one point in the area. Probably gets all flooded out around here when it rains hard. Owner said authorities have not been here. This is between Annie and Tommaso's home. Also was told that Luke Daly, the man that they detained the other night, this is a frequent hangout spot that he likes to go to. It appears people do hang out around here and build like fires and little camps and things. This looks like some sort of like just like maybe like people just hang out and do their drugs or do camping.
Watch JLR found like a uncontacted tribe or something, and they come after him with freaking arrows and shit. I mean, he's like in no man's land right now, in abandoned golf course. Tents, random places. Looks like End of Life.
There's a giant tent. Hello? Anybody in here? Whoa, there's a tent. Hello? Anybody here? Oh man, it stinks. Hello? Anybody in there? Anybody in here? Oh man, it stinks. Oh, hold my nose. Oh God. Ooh. Oh. Ah! Crap, I thought I saw somebody. There's a bed in here. This is crazy. Oh my goodness, it stinks in here. Ugh. Oh. He smokes it. Dude, there's so many of these, like, dude, there's one over there too. Another of these, like, tent houses. Dude, I saw a giant bed and I freaked out. I'm gonna go back this way. There's all types of things around here. Dude, that was stinky. Oh, smell. It's just a nasty stench. Oh. Another like camp. If any news comes on Nancy too, share that we'll go look on. In the meantime, I'm up here. I think this is the road here, Rudisil. I think I made it to the top. We're gonna work our way back down. It's 55 acres. What's crazy out here is it's all these, like, the land goes crazy, it goes up, down, there's little holes and crevices, ditches. Here's Rudisil. Right here. This is Rudisil. Look at all this. But also, you know, a perp, if they were going to dispose of a body and dump it on the side of the road, they're going to dump it maybe just a little bit off the road because there's an opening right here. As an example. Go right to the road. So I'm going to just go this way and go back and see what we got. What in the heck is this?
If anyone has any idea where he's at, like what this particular golf course, whatever it is, please put it in chat. I want to see if we can find this on the map.
Where is Nancy? Dude, this land is nuts. Again, the owner gave me permission to be out here. Signs, no trespassing. Check the Bluetooth. Yep. Let's continue to check the Bluetooth. I got my Bluetooth on. Why don't they get their scanner and fly a helicopter over these areas where a body could be? Place to dispose of body and just see. I mean, they were flying it all around Nancy's home. Expand out a little bit. If maybe they came here already that we don't know about. This is a waste place. It's like a look, vapes. I got a vape. I got a belt. Volunteers of Great Southwest Realty adopt the road. So, place pull up. Go back into the golf course.
So, according to the sheriff, which some people are very skeptical of, Nancy Guthrie update, sheriff reveals where he believes this was held. This was an hour ago. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says he believes Nancy Guthrie was held somewhere close to her home in Tucson. So you heard recently a lot of people thought it was international, meaning it went to Mexico. So as of right now, he's saying that he personally thinks that she was somewhere close to her home. He said he believes the missing 84-year-old was a victim of a targeted kidnapping. And the sheriff said he's confident law enforcement will find her, whether it takes 10 days, 10 months, or worse. He didn't say find her alive. So that's interesting. And let's see, get rid of this ad. We know about the ransom notes. I'm just trying to see if there's any new information here. Yeah, she needs daily medication, and it could be fatal. She doesn't take it every 24 hours. So, I didn't know about that specifically. So he's saying that Nancy needs medication daily. It could be fatal if not every 24 hours. So that right there, if they didn't have her medication, which they said they didn't when they first left, right? Her medication was still home. So that means that someone's asking if I'm to cover the next Tyler Robinson court case. That will depend on if it's public or not. As of right now, it's supposed to be like a closed day, like closed Zoom type thing. And I think it's just the judge giving his final information on whether they can use cameras or not and stuff like that in court. I don't think it's actually any major pieces. Hey, Kelly Raybon's in the house, everybody. Make sure you say hi to Kelly. And Kelly, I sent you a message to see if you'll do questions for us tonight for John Bray. You can let me know. Make sure you follow Kelly too. She does a lot with the Charlie Kirk case and other stuff as well. And she, unlike they're saying the other people, is a professional investigative journalist, and she's award-winning. So there you go.
Yeah, look for disturbed ground. Doing that too.
But yeah, so very disturbing. She needs medicine every 24 hours. So if they did take her to Mexico or anywhere else, if they don't have access to that medicine, she might be gone. We hope she's not. We pray she's not. But that could be the case. And Kelly, if you want to join, you're more than welcome. Let me send you the link. Let's see what a professional thinks about this stuff. I don't know if she's able to, though. She has her children and all that stuff during the daytime. And
JLR is used to dealing with snakes.
Doing a lot of things at once. Let me send this link to her. All right. So Kelly Rabon, if you're interested in joining the stream, I sent you the link. Feel free to jump in. And I know you might need a few minutes to prepare. So we won't expect you immediately.
Particularly when they take a
Yeah, people are saying they didn't know some information about her meds. That's huge. That right there. Just the fact that she needs meds within every 24 hours to stay alive. Like I was saying before with my mother, it was similar. She needed medication every 24 to 48 hours that kept her alive. And as soon as she quit taking it for 24 hours, then she was gone, unfortunately. Kelly said give her 5 minutes to be semi-presentable.
That's Rudicil.
Yeah, Kelly, I don't know if you can compare to all this. You know what I mean? So, yeah, someone else said they heard it early on that she needed meds. I knew she needed meds, but I didn't know she needed it every 24 hours. That's a big difference.
Remember, the perp here, if it was...
I don't know why it keeps doing that weirdness.
Dispose of the body and not a kidnapping, taking to a location and holding her. The perp, you would think, would only have about from 2:30 a.m. to light, about a 4-5 hour window to do this before everything hits the fan. Though they could have took her to a location and then did something with her later too. That's a possibility, but I'm thinking in the sense of taking her out just to eliminate her. But it just makes no sense because you would just do the hit job and just do it inside the house and that's it.
So for anyone that's watching, make sure you guys hit that like. Make sure you subscribe if you're not. I do typically cover, like the Charlie Kirk case has been a big part of my channel lately. But I'm also a firearms instructor and I do stuff on that. And I also cover stuff like this. And I'll also be covering when the Iraqi war starts. So if you're interested in all that, make sure you subscribe. And I'm pretty balanced. I don't really lean super hardcore left or right. So if you want some good information that's not biased, then I'm a good place to go. And also, we may have Kelly Rabon joining us here shortly. And currently we're watching the Nancy Guthrie JLR Investigates stream. And he's on site at a golf course. And he is basically looking through, trying to find her body in case it's there. Yeah, a lot of people need firearms training. Even people that train firearms need firearms training. So, if you're not the kind of person that is into firearms or guns and that kind of stuff, I get it. But if you're not, because you're scared of guns, I would highly recommend taking a course with someone you trust and changing your mind and having something to protect yourself with. It's very important, especially if you have family. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna get everything set up so I can bring Kelly in as well. And then I'll be back within a couple minutes and you'll see my camera go to my logo, but I'm still here.
Whoa, there's a dog running around all by itself. What in the heck? Hello! Oh no, there's somebody out there with it. Saw a white dog over there. There it is. See? It's like, what in the heck? All right, this is the entire golf course area of this abandoned golf course. At that far eastern edge where it starts to go up into homeowners' property, but all this area, 55 acres, according to the owner, he said we could search. So I'm just kind of walking through. He said authorities have not been here. This is in between Annie and Tommaso's home. It's an old abandoned golf course. Rudisell and Oracle. Golf course was called Oracle Golf Course. Yeah, they had the name on the building, remember? Warming up out here too. Sun's out. Quail Canyon, somebody said. Quail Canyon. Where is Nancy? At times back here, it stunk real bad. It seems like the homeless camps are more farther in from the road a little bit. Probably do that to avoid the noise. Check the pond. She could be in the water. I don't know if there's any ponds around here. So this golf course, pretty much this whole area goes from here all the way to those buildings way over there. We parked in the parking lot. Let's continue to look. And then if anything is breaking on this case, like FBI or law enforcement at a new location, please let me know in the chat. I'll verify and we'll go check that out. But in the meantime, I think it's time to start looking for Nancy around her home in certain areas with permission. With permission. Always want to get permission, but I think a lot of people would probably say yeah, particularly when they own like large pieces of land.
So we have JLR out here on this property, and it looks like you guys might have figured out what it is. Let's see. Someone says, is this over the border or near it? That's what we're going to look up right now. Let's see. Oracle Golf Course. Is that it? Someone's saying Quail Canyon. Let's see. All right, let me look up Oracle Golf Course.
They'll say yeah. Sometimes they say no. They say no. It's better to get no than getting chased off a property and being trespassed. Look at this. It's like Stonehenge.
Okay, that's creepy.
Yo! Oh, sorry.
Oh, you messed up the site, man.
We knocked it down. Sorry.
You broke their portal.
Somebody put these things.
Let's see. North Williams Drive. Okay, let me look that up here.
Dude, I hear somebody. Somebody else here? I hear somebody. I'm cursed now. Look at these rocks.
Yeah, he said he's cursed. That's what that's what I was saying. Let's see.
Do I literally hear somebody?
Oracle, Arizona. Okay, let me see if this is it.
South end of the property. Yeah, that's where I'm headed towards. I'm headed towards the actual holes, the golf courses.
Saddlebrook Ranch?
South end of the property.
Does that sound right?
Because there's numerous ways to access this property. You could do it all over Oracle, or you could do it here at Rudisell. But at nighttime, 2 a.m, no one's going to notice you out here.
Okay, Oracle, Rudisell.
If this was a place to do a crime, obviously there's campers out here and everything. Dude, I hear somebody. Or I'm just paranoid.
Hannah, we're watching JLR Investigates look for Nancy Guthrie at this abandoned golf course.
Where's Nancy?
And now he's cursed because he knocked over some strange looking rocks. Funny, but not funny. I wouldn't have touched them myself. I would not have touched those rocks or those structures.
Get new sneakers.
North Williams Drive. Is that North Williams Drive? Is that? Oh, let's see. Hold on.
Homeless guy stole your car. I doubt it. I got my keys. It was locked. They did. They did. It'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Let's see. Google Maps is not being very friendly here. While I'm searching here, let's see. Guy shown there. Retro.
Go to Little Abner Steakhouse. Keep up the good work. What is Little Abner Steakhouse? Thank you, Connie.
Retro. There's a lot of golf courses. Holy hell.
Dude, the perp could be watching. So
I'm not seeing anything on North Williams. If someone, let's
dude,
see.
there's so much land in between, though. I'm
Adobe.
straddling the left side here. I'm gonna go more towards the middle. Dude, cars and vehicles can easily get back here. It is now 11:04. We're out here at a golf course looking for Nancy. An
Okay.
abandoned golf course.
Oracle Golf
in a
Course. Let's
wash.
see if that pulls up.
You hear all the sirens? It's all those sirens. All right, back to where we were at square one, over here by these steps. So I'm going to continue to push south. 55 acres is a lot of land.
So this seems to be the general area that he's in. There's this golf course here. And then where's that? It's on North Oracle Road. So I think this might be where he's at, but it's a huge area. Like I said, it's 55 acres. There's no way he's walking all that.
See what's going on. Oh, where's that big giant tin can I saw? I saw something on the right here. Somewhere. To get through. Uh-oh, sticks. Roadblock. Ow. Ow. All right. There was like a giant tin can around here. It looked like some sort of metal shack. I saw a little bit ago. Somewhere over here. This general area.
What is happening to my? There we go. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit here. So okay, so Nina
Javelinas.
Nina found it.
Javelinas.
This is it here.
I'm sure they're out here, right?
So it's this Quail Canyon golf course permanently closed. That's where he's at. That's this property. So that is on 5910 North Oracle Road, Tucson, Arizona, or Tucson, however you say it. And yeah, I don't know how long it's been closed for, but it definitely, based on what you're seeing with him, it's definitely closed.
Now we're getting in more in the home.
And let's see. Trying to see. There's a river or a wash, I guess they call them in Arizona. There's a big wash right next to it. So in theory, if she did go here, or if they did take her here, they could just put her in this and, you know, she's gone. But it's a huge area. And as you can see, I mean, he's just, looks like he's in the middle of nowhere. Very interesting. So yeah, this is an abandoned one. I don't know if there's a lot of abandoned ones nearby.
Pancake syrup. Beans. Minute Maid. Reynolds saran wrap.
Hello, Kelly Raybon.
Hey.
Everyone say hello to Kelly. She decided to jump in and join us.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we have to be so quiet. We're on the hunt.
Looks like the Blair
There's
Witch
definitely
Project.
been people back here at one point.
Yep, people can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
But all this stuff could have also got washed from rain too, from another location. But it appears people have been back here.
So we just looked at the site. I mean, obviously he's been all over this thing. There's tents. There's obvious areas where people have been living. You know, they saw a couple stray dogs. So not sure, but he's pretty brave being out there by himself in the middle of nowhere in this abandoned golf course near a wash.
And who is this that we're watching?
JLR Investigates.
Okay.
And people have mixed feelings about him because of his past. But he's been boots on the ground this whole time.
So much stuff I probably
Okay.
Since day one of all this. He's like been right in front of Nancy's house and everything.
Is he from the area or
Nope.
does okay.
He is not. Nope. He traveled there.
Does he have a tendency to kind of parachute in on certain investigations, or what's his MO?
I think when he first started his channel, he was very much like, I'm only boots on the ground. This is what I do. And then for a while, people said he didn't do that as much. Maybe depending on income and things like that. You never know. And now he's back to boots on the ground for this. So he's been averaging between 1 and 2 million views per day on his live streams. He streams for about 10 hours. And
guys, that's intense. That's major dedication.
Well, and just like, you know, like right now, whatever he's on his GoPro or phone or whatever, keeping that running and keeping the stream going the whole time, you know, like the logistics of that, that's just crazy.
Oh, he's also an ex-convict?
Anybody out here?
Is this true?
Hello?
I've never looked into him specifically to see what, you know, apparently it's true that he is a felon or something similar, but what he did, I don't know.
Okay.
Anybody out here?
Yeah, and I don't want to make this like a, hey, let's bomb JLR.
Yeah. No worries. I just I'm just kind of diving in, so I'm curious to.
I remember this.
And for anyone else in the stream, maybe who doesn't know anything about
a tent right there.
The daytime Blair Witch Project that we're doing. This is cool.
Yeah. Where's that tent?
I mean, talk about a first person point of view, literally.
So I know where I'm at.
Well, people in the chat are like saying their heart rate's up and they're all super into it. When he gets near something, they're like, "Don't do that! Don't touch it." It's like being in a video game or something.
So we were.
It is.
This is where we came in. So I'm gonna go this way. Now I'm gonna go south. Dude, you can get lost back here. Quick.
Yeah, that's another thing. He's on 55 acres. Be pretty easy to get lost.
Yeah, over there was numerous different smells, but it was more like urine. I want to make sure I don't step on snakes or any type of needles or anything. My feet are soaked.
Make sure you guys hit that like, and make sure if you get a chance, you follow Kelly Raybon, KELIRABON, everywhere.
Another thing.
YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X.
Things had no things on them. Hey, you need boots.
Where's his accent from?
I don't know. The way he says some of his words, almost like a Wisconsin or something. I don't know.
Someone else, maybe.
Yeah, I heard urine.
Urine instead of urine.
Stonehenge.
Yeah. JLR, stop messing with Stonehenges, man. You're gonna get a hex on you or something.
All right, looks like it's like free here. Now we're gonna go. Now we're headed towards the actual golf course. It's pretty neat. Dude's like, oh, is this like an old grave site? Does that look like a grave?
I was saying earlier, you might find like an uncontacted tribe or something in this golf course. But as far as updates on the Nancy case, the beginning of the stream, we covered the timeline.
Why would that be out here?
We did the full timeline from January 31st when she first went missing all the way through to now. We talked about the DNA and how nothing's come out of that. We talked about how her home and Savannah Guthrie's salary were both Googled before this happened, like Google Trends.
Yeah.
And then they obviously suspect maybe she went to, she got taken to Mexico. She needs medicine every 24 hours. So a lot of people suspect that she's not still alive just because of that. Mm-hmm. And she's on a pacemaker. She's 84 years old or 80 plus years old. So it's not a good situation.
No. The timing is interesting too. I'm sure that this has been talked about, and I was not as focused on this initially, just given some other things that were distracting me. But I mean, Savannah was about to leave, I guess, for the Olympics, because normally she would be over there covering the Winter Olympics.
Where are you? Do you have any?
Someone said, "What does he do for a living?" I'm curious. This is what he does for a living. He just does YouTube. He does social media. Yep. This is his full-time job.
There's always something going on. Always some kind of crime to cover. That's one thing you can count on.
So someone says, "Is he walking?" Someone says, "Is he walking around trespassing?" No. When he first went into this specific golf course, the owner was driving out at the same time and gave him explicit permission to be there. So he is not trespassing currently.
It's like an old sign.
I see the question from PJ Kavana. Can they not track the pacemaker? I was under the impression that they were that the feds were trying to like run some drones. Had you seen that?
Like an old
that they were trying to detect or pick up pacemaker signals, something like that.
Yep. And I think there's a helicopter doing the same thing. So yes, they are attempting to do like a blanket search for this pacemaker. Let me turn it back up. Let's see what we have going on with this JLR Witch project.
People are saying TMZ posted a new note. Yeah, well, they need to just hand the stuff over to the FBI after receiving anything. Look at this. It's like a walkway. Somebody made like a wooden walkway. Definitely made it because look, they're screws. All right, so like I'm on the golf course now. There's the hole. Oh, there's somebody right there.
He's made contact.
Somebody walking. I live here. Maybe they don't. I'm going to go around the other way. The dog's probably going to come at me. I don't know who they are. They're walking the golf course. Yeah, I'm going to go back down to here, this basin. Probably intercept them down at the bottom.
What was that yell about?
Live here.
That was Trigger being silly.
Look like a couple with their dog.
Oh, I thought it was one of those guys.
We got her. Hey, everyone, we got Kelly. We got her good.
Yeah, you did. Wait, do you have sound effects on the new device?
No, they're built into, you can put them into StreamYard.
Okay. Okay, there were some other people in the chat who you got also. Like,
Nah, it was somebody walking.
several people.
I apologize if it scared anyone. It's
Throwing.
me being silly.
Y'all gonna make me need a pacemaker.
All right, so we're getting to the south side here of this golf course. Dude, helicopter. What do we got? Flight radar 24. Let's see. Military. Didn't even come up on radar.
Now, Kelly, how much time have you spent looking into this case?
Not a whole lot. I have reached out to a couple of my friends who are in the news business and who work with Savannah Guthrie. One who has worked with her now for probably 10 years, and one who worked with her probably 25 years ago, but continues to maintain a friendship with her. You know, I mean, it's a dicey situation, but I haven't kept a really close eye on the ground, other than it seems like a lot of things have been fumbled and that there's been a lot of really beef between agencies.
Well, I don't know if you saw this morning, but there was an Arizona representative or mayor or whatever she is. I think she's a representative, but she was basically calling out JLR and other people on the ground there who are social media investigators and stuff like that. She called them like couch investigators, saying they're messing things up, they're leading things the wrong way. And then we went and looked at views, and their organization had like 20 or 30,000 views on their video, while JLR has 1.1 million per day on average. So
yeah,
a lot of people wonder if that's why they're angry, because their viewership is way down.
Probably. And I don't normally side with Megyn Kelly on many things, but I did see one of her reports from earlier this week, and she was kind of going off on, I think it was someone from MS Now. And anyway, the guy was really knocking on the podcasters, or kind of, he was calling them like wannabes or something that were out there and just saying that they have no ethics and they're spewing misinformation and loose with the facts and things like that. And basically she backgrounded this guy and was like, what journalism chops do you have? And, you know, what do you know about anything, bro? You should be glad. And any family in America whose loved one had been kidnapped would be so grateful to have any semblance of attention on their loved one, you know, who's missing. So, you know, go away. Mainstream media.
I'm trying to find that golf course again. Apparently, Google Maps is not keeping my history. That's interesting. They keep my history everywhere else and document my whole life. They can't keep this. Let's see, North Williams, recent history, Quail. What was it called? Quail, where is it? Quail Canyon. There we go. Let me get back to this golf course here.
I don't think this is a waste of time. I think these type of places should be looked at.
Yeah, here we go.
This looks like hole number 8 here.
So I want to see. This is the golf course here. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Okay. So this is the golf course that he's in. He's walking around. There's 55 acres. There's this washout here. But I want to see how far away this is from. How far away is this from the border? Quite a ways. Well, isn't there a measurement tool in here somewhere?
I think so. Something that gives you, yeah, sort of the, as the crow flies kind of measurement.
I'm on one of the holes.
Measure distance. There we go. Click the map to trace the path you went to measure. So we're looking at, what does that say? 70. So there's 70 miles from the border. So that would be extremely easy to make it to the border and get out of there. And there's this highway, this interstate. You go straight through it.
Essentially a straight shot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, same with one of these other ones over here too. But it seems like there's plenty of paths and it's only 70 miles. So you figure an hour or less. And if they're gunning it, you know, 30 to 45 minutes and they're gone.
Mm. It's really tough though when you think about it. I don't know if this is real or fake. It does feel like a distraction,
like,
as I see
would Nancy be
someone mentioning right now. But what if it's not? You know, and if that was your mother, elderly mother who was kidnapped, I mean, you would want so desperately for anyone who would listen to help, and you would feel just beyond desperate. So I don't know.
Well, it seems like she has all the resources too, right? Like even President Trump was saying, you know, the people that did this would get the death penalty and that kind of stuff. So she's pretty well connected. Huh?
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, though, what you can't make the bad guys do right.
You know, she held somewhere in a building, but I'm not saying.
Yeah, someone said they didn't put a reward from the family. The reward, where'd the reward come from? It's at $200,000 right now. I thought the family said they came out and said they'd pay the ransom, $6 million or whatever it was.
Because they don't know, we don't know.
And a lot of times, you guys, the reward stuff is kept kind of hush hush because there are different schools of thought about negotiating with people publicly. I mean, so I don't know.
Pond. Where's a pond? People are saying there's
Why her? Why Savannah's mom? I mean, there's a lot of different thoughts about that. You know, there's one school of thought that says, you know, Savannah had been tough on Trump asking about the Epstein files, sorry, the e-files or whatever you call them around here. And again, I mean, I think the timing is interesting given that she was about to be going to the Olympics. I don't know if exactly what her departure time would have been, but I know it was pretty close, pretty close.
No, I don't see any pond back here. Unless there is.
It looks like JLR has a very good GPS unit with him. I don't know if it's his phone or what, but he knows what he's doing out there. He's looking for a pond currently. Yeah, someone said a lawyer from New Jersey gave $100,000. I don't know where the original $100,000 came from. And I think that's also what the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson reward was. That was also $100,000. Some people think it's an inside job. Some think it's a psyop and it's fake.
Yeah, Nina, I believe that the quote from Savannah's book is very weird, or the story, the anecdote from way back in Savannah's book. Creepy.
Yeah, kidnapping games. We talked about that too before you came on.
Oh.
I think it's a regular golf course. He's already seen the tees and the flags and stuff on some of the. I guess it could be both, technically. So for this one, it's odd that authorities have found and analyzed DNA evidence from the scene in gloves, but no matches have been identified in the national databases yet. The national databases, as far as we know, as everyday citizens, only covers criminals and stuff. It doesn't have every single possibility in there. So that, you know, the family might not be in there. Neighbors and stuff might not be in there. So just because they didn't find anything doesn't mean much necessarily.
That's right. The National DNA Database, also known as CODIS, only contains DNA from people who are convicted criminals. And then also people whose DNA has been collected as part of evidence, but the person itself has not been identified.
For numerous reasons. One,
but if they've said that it hasn't connected to a profile yet, then the person's an unknown.
He's home about 2 miles away.
I will look up that SWAT tip that you just said, Lacey.
Definitely something
and I'll see if there's anything there. And then also anyone that's in here, make sure you guys hit that like. And that's what pushes this out for other people to see it as well. And let's see.
I mean, if you're
and obviously pray for Nancy's safety if she's still alive and all that good stuff. But let's look at this SWAT. So he said SWAT detained 2 people. Let's see if that's.
My thinking is from the house or house expanded out places.
Yeah, most databases only search people. I think CODIS is only the United States, right? Or just people who have been detained here and marked up here, right?
Yes. Yep.
So it could be someone from another country that got arrested here, theoretically.
Yes.
So we're getting towards these buildings here. And he said you could go to the buildings if you want. He said people are living there, but you could go there if you want. Yeah, look for buzzards. Exactly.
Yeah, the only thing I can find on SWAT is the old story from a couple of days ago that they detained those 2 guys, and there was a whole bunch of talk that
Again,
someone
folks, we have
unalived
permission
themselves
to be
during
here,
that, but that
there are
was
signs all over the place.
later
No
found to be
trespassing.
false, supposedly.
About.
So that and nothing came out of it. The 2 people they detained, nothing came out of it. They let them go.
There's like an old building over there. We'll go check that out. We'll go see. And I appreciate the owner. The owner, again, a lot of people over here willing to just let people look. If they want to do a browse. He didn't mind.
You almost got me. You almost got me there.
Kelly wasn't
Almost,
looking.
but I stopped myself. I was reading the question from Awesome Town Matt, so I was like really focused on reading it.
Let's see. There's a question. Did y'all just say that the ransom was paid? No, not that I've seen.
No.
There was a $6 million original like crypto ransom, and I guess Savannah and her siblings came out and said they would pay it. They didn't pay it, at least by the deadline, as far as we know. And now there's a new ransom from a 5th TMZ ransom note, which is kind of sketchy.
Hole number
And they're
6.
saying the same thing again.
Oh,
They
they
want
actually
6
have
million
restrooms.
crypto.
Actually, I have to use the restroom.
God.
I don't know if I should go in
JLR,
there.
please do not go in the restrooms.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe that's the smell. Do you want to look at this one, Kelly? Do you know about this?
Let's see. Talk about the book. You brought it up, but you're not discussing it. Tell us about the book and the kidnapping in the book. What about it? I wish I had the audio queued up. That's really interesting to hear Savannah like read this part for herself. Have you played that,
No,
Matt?
I've never heard of it.
Oh, you haven't? Oh man.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. Should we go back?
Okay, I can
do you think?
actually.
I'm not sure if I want to stay here anymore. Should we go back?
Let's see.
Yes or no?
So Megan Kelly had played it. I don't want to mess up what you got going on, but I can just recount it. But it is it's really eerie to hear Savannah read the passage. But basically she talks about as a child when I think her cousins or her sisters or whatever would be visiting and it would be time to leave, then they would play this kidnapping game and they would have it all like orchestrated.
I'll see if I can find the audio while you're talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just very bizarre. I played a lot of games when I was a kid. Let's see. This is reminding me of one that I played when I was a kid with my best friend, because I grew up on a farm. So we had like a boneyard or whatever that we called
Was
the
it
boneyard.
Was it Megan Kelly that was saying
Yes.
the audio? Or okay, hold on.
Yeah, she played the audio. So it was from Savannah's book. And so the audio version, the audiobook version of Savannah's
Okay, so
book.
let me-
But you could go to Megan Kelly's podcast. She plays, and it's from yesterday morning, I believe.
Listen to this about Savannah's book, which was released in February of 2024, discussed a game she used to play as a kid with her cousin. And it was a kidnapping game involving Nancy. So we pulled the audio that Savannah did of her book. In it, you're going to hear her talk about her cousin Terry, who was, she said, like an aunt to her growing up. Terry's 20 years older than Savannah. So Terry would be 74 right now. But listen to this.
About once a year in the summertime, Cousin Terry orchestrated a kidnapping of my sister and me. It went down like this. The cousins would visit for a few days at our house in Tucson, and then, on the morning they were to leave, Terry would wake us up early, shushing us in the pre-dawn darkness as we made our escape. We would all pile into her rickety station wagon and head north, the sky streaking with bright oranges and pinks as the sun rose over the colorless desert landscape. Somewhere between Phoenix and Tucson, Terry would make a pit stop and let Annie and me call home at a payphone. "Mom, Cousin Terry kidnapped us to take us to her house." My mother would feign shock, protest how terribly she would miss us, then assure us she'd drive up to retrieve us in a few days.
Pretty standard.
I mean, even the book title, and I know maybe I'm reading a little bit too into this literally, but even when you look at the book title, what was it? About finding and seeking, and the way that that's like notes torn visually on the cover of that book, it's kind of eerie now.
I'm not a SAR, so I'm not search and rescue.
Yeah, that's true. Someone said they always played cops and robbers and stuff like that, but never kidnapping. We never did kidnapping either. That never even was on the menu for us as kids.
Yeah.
We'll read some of the other reports. We'll go back to the media staging ground.
So JLR said he's going to go back to the media staging ground and read some updated reports from over there.
Go to Mexico. For what?
Make sure you guys follow him as well
Mexico's
if you're not already.
Country. That's like
He's doing a lot of hard work.
Like if someone got kidnapped in Mexico and got taken over to the U.S., go to the United States. Where though?
He just I don't know. He probably went miles through this property looking for Nancy Guthrie.
For those who were asking about when Savannah's book was released, I just looked it up. It was released on February 20th, 2024. So tomorrow will mark 2 years since her book has been released.
Interesting.
See that? That's what the terrain looks like. See? Pretty cool.
It looks like some of those cactus are flipping us off. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I don't condone unruly cacti.
Out there, not as much as yesterday and the day before. Ooh, it's cold out here. That sun.
Now, what if this was just a big media ploy and they come out tomorrow with her mom and say, that's why this book is so important. Make sure you buy the book.
I think they'll have a little more finesse to it than that, but I think the people will see through it. I don't know how many more psyops I can handle. I don't know. There's so much crazy news going on right now, Matt. I was telling my mom this morning, I'm like, what is going on with the everything between this case, the files, the in Texas, there's so much going on. With the drama with the Huffines Ranch purchase in New Mexico, and I mean, lots of political races that we've got going on here, and there's so much news to cover that is so super shady.
All right, I parked by this house up here, just like old house. Looked like the lounge.
Yeah, should we look? Kimberly was talking about the book sale skyrocketing. Is that book's already out since 2024? You said.
Yes, yeah. I'd be curious to see if what it has done on the charts.
Bag of coffee for letting me walk around here.
Sleuthy, slothy. What is the big picture, right? Like, what are they distracting us from? Well, now that we are also talking about, I guess, apparently, heating up things with Iran, there's that. There's the files. There's so much going on. You just feel like you're like zoom, 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 zoom. And that's not even to mention, all of the Charlie Kirk stuff that so many of us have devoted so many resources to, and are continuing to try to push forward on aspects of. And Prince Andrew being charged. Yes. Thank you, Shannon. That was the first push alert that I saw this morning as well.
Well, here's the thing. Was he charged or was he just arrested?
He was arrested. We'll see what he's being held for. Thank you.
Tucker in Israel, it sounds like he went there. They gave him a little bit of trouble, then he left. That's what I heard. I didn't hear
Did he make it out?
I thought he did. Let's look it up. Tucker Carlson says he was detained in Israel following an ambassador interview. He said he and his team are now out of Israel, so he is back home.
It's like a mannequin. Hello?
Oh, he's speaking to natives.
I don't know if this is the golf course or what.
For those of you who
hold on, why is there a creepy mannequin? What the hell?
Target practice.
What is going on here?
It was somebody who was working on their Charlie Kirk theories. Their exploding mic or
John Bray's probably out there hanging out.
Or their squib theory or their 30-06 or something.
Huh.
It did look like Slender Man. All right,
For the
back at clubhouse.
For those of you in the comments, when we talk over his video, when it's at this level, can you hear us clearly, or is it like clashing with his video? I just want to know what level to leave his video at when he's not doing much.
Hole number 1.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
So,
barrel. Trash can. Go smell it.
Oh. I was going to say that I am sensitive to calling things psyops, okay? Or fake. Okay. After experiencing something a few months ago, and I just want to share this while we're kind of filling time. So my kids, as y'all may have heard me talk about before, but were involved in the July 4th floods in Texas this summer. They were at summer camp and are very fortunate that they didn't die. They were just 5 minutes away from Camp Mystic, but were in a very harrowing situation. My youngest 7-year-old, who just finished kindergarten, was in a cabin on the rafters as the cabin was falling apart. Literally, It was very terrifying. So a few months ago, now it's probably been like 4 months ago, you know, I knew obviously it was real as real gets. But when I joined the Charlie Kirk investigation, like publicly, I started having some people sending me things, alleging that the floods were a psyop. I don't think I've even talked to you about this, Matt.
Answer this phone.
And I watched the videos because I'm a trooper, you know, and I hear everybody out. But it made me so sick to my stomach to think that there were such a massive, you know, such a group of people who believed that the whole thing was fake, that these people didn't die, that the flood didn't really happen, that they were all actors, that these little kids didn't really exist, or that they were actors. Anyway, that changed my perspective on and really gave me pause. So I just wanted to say that, you know,
I said, oh man,
that's the perspective again that I bring to things. So
yeah. Hold on. I mean, we could bring the drone up here, but I don't think. Should we fly in a drone up here or no? Nah. Just to get the area? Nah. We could do it another day though. We could do it on the side of the road and drive up. People are like, no. Let me just scan around here for some information a minute. Any latest on the Guthrie case?
I'll go ahead and talk because it seems like he's quiet. Yeah, they were literally calling it a psyop. I can't remember the guy's name. I mean, I still have the videos and stuff because I had sent it to a friend of mine who had been doing search and rescue at that point every single day, like, and still is involved in the rescue. Well, not sorry, he's not obviously rescuing. He's still searching for the body of the missing little 9-year-old Seal, is her name, who has never been found. And just was like, hey, because he's very open-minded like me. And I said, hey, you know, I wanted to send this to you and like, give me some perspective on like how you think I should be responding to these people when they're sending me this stuff. And so anyway, he watched it too. And I mean, like I threw up after watching this video, one of the 3 videos that were sent to me. And anyway, it was upsetting to him too. But they were alleging that it was a total psyop, that the kids were actors, that the people were like made up names, that, you know, the rain was not nearly as bad as what it literally was. It was just insane.
Well, there's a guy who actually did the cloud seeding himself in that area, like right before this all happened. So
yeah,
he didn't help their case if they were trying to say it was fake.
With Rainmaker, yeah, the Rainmaker CEO.
So.
Yep, he's heading back to Nancy's house, I believe.
Go back over to Nancy's home here.
Let's see.
Plug everything up.
Yeah, so for this, you should check a ducking audio processor for the audio signal.
You think?
Yeah, that plugin, it's available. We don't have it on our roadcasters, unfortunately. But the Roadcaster Duo that a lot of people use has a ducking mechanism in it. And I think I can find something for OBS or something similar.
I intercepted the owner coming in, and he said I could take a look. So I was all down in that area. But But down there,
But for anyone that doesn't know what ducking is, that's when the audio of anything but your voice goes down automatically when you talk, so that it makes you loud enough.
The road there, so very easy for someone to pull over and dispose of a body. It's, I mean, do they have a lot of land over here like this that is like open like this?
Carrie Boyd says PSYOPs trigger reactions, so during this time we must be trigger smart.
Homes in those neighborhoods, and everyone has a parcel of land, but this is like 55 acres. Yeah, no, nothing like this. I mean, there's lots of open land. They don't do it because of flooding and stuff. But nothing where it's like,
And make sure you follow JLR. Make sure you guys hit like.
Especially at night.
Just like all these other days of stuff happening, sometimes there's amazing things that happen. There's breaks in the case, and other days it's just hanging out, waiting to see what comes out.
I don't think Luke's involved.
I think this might be one of those days. We might get DNA stuff today.
He's lawyered up and everything like that, and he's playing defiant here. He's doing this Carlos thing, you know, saying, I want my name cleared. Let's go over to Nancy's. I'm going to go over to Nancy's.
Yeah, they're heading back to Nancy's right now.
All right. I'm going to go after the road, the Chevron, go up to Orange Grove, and then go across. I don't like this way here. All right. All right, that's 8570. He called me, and then he just rolled up on me. Here we go. So, I appreciate the owner for letting me look. Thank you. If you're watching, Keith. Or Heath. Keith. I didn't really get. I think he said Keith. Could be Heath, though. Oh, here comes another car. Hey, how's it going? What's up, buddy? Nick, what's up? What's going on? Going to Nancy's home. I'll follow you over. All right. Everybody's coming out now. There's another one.
Now, this is what the mainstream media people were talking about, and the representative from Arizona saying that these guys doing this, being on the ground, searching the area, trying to come up with alternative ideas of what may have happened or who may be involved. They're saying it's problematic. I think most people would agree. Nothing that we've seen so far, to me, seems as though he's trying to mess up the case or anything like that. He's just reporting out what he's seeing, and he's looking for alternative things that could be happening. And obviously, the police and the FBI may have searched this golf course, but probably not, right? So obviously he didn't search the whole thing, but he's doing something. He's boots on the ground. So that's why a lot of people are showing JLR love. It's not just people saying, oh, he's just doing it for the views. Well, the views came because he's out there busting his butt, but he didn't know the views were going to come when he first went out there. He didn't know he's going to get 1 million views per episode when he went out there. It's just a side effect of his work. And he's been gracious enough to let other creators use his stream. And he told people to show it and share it and get the word out.
Good for him. That's smart.
Well, that's how you know they're not doing it for the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he's saying no one can use my stream and he goes around copyrighting everyone and that kind of stuff, then that might be different.
Tucson, back on the mean streets of Tucson, Orange Grove. Well, this is Catalina foothills. You can see they have homeless out here. There's somebody walking right now to the right. Big giant suitcase. Walking. Caves or caverns? So we searched there. We searched by the bridge area, coming up here on First Avenue in Orange. Where else?
And they brought up a good point. They said that they're using taxpayer money for this 100,000. Now it's 200,000 reward. I mean, is that money coming from the taxpayer? Is that FBI money that was put up? Someone said it was a lawyer or someone that gave up the money or put it up for this situation. But either way, I hear people say both sides of the argument. Some are saying, hey, we shouldn't be making a big deal out of this. People get kidnapped and taken every day. And other people are saying, well, since she's technically like a celebrity, and that's why it's getting all this attention. But granted, Charlie Kirk did not get anywhere near this much attention, or this many investigators, or this much TV time, or any of that, especially initially.
Well, that's because they shut that down fast for a reason.
Well, they cut it off. They said, we got the guy, and we're going to go to court.
Don't ask any more questions.
Stop talking about it.
Stop. Just stop.
Kept the guy detained. When you're going to another country, you're subjected to their rules and laws.
They offered $1 million for Tyler Robinson.
They did, yes, but it wasn't the FBI. It was private money. That was Ackman, I think.
Yeah, from TPUSA.
Yes.
Of TPUSA fame.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Nilo Holloway. It was a recent case. The guy from Iowa and the female from Virginia.
Kimberly Hawkins. Yes, I do believe that cloud seeding was a culprit for the floods. Have not been able to get to the point of proving that yet, but it's on my list of things that I want to investigate. I do have a couple of people that they don't know it yet, but I want to reach out to them to talk to them about it. So
yeah,
there are some lawyers that I've talked to also. What's sad is that among the lawyers that I have talked to, because even though my kids are still impacted by it on the daily, because we didn't have a loss of life in Texas, like the damages are way, way different. And so they are like, well, it wouldn't be necessarily worth it for us to pursue the case, for the lawyers to pursue the case. And it's really, really sad that that's what it comes down to.
All right, so really quick, I want to look at the sheriff. So when we first started the stream, we were all talking about how the sheriff, some people were saying he was questionable. They're questioning his morals in his past. So this is, granted, this is from Grok, and Grok will give you whatever it gives you, type of thing. And
that's for sure.
I said, is this true? It said, this is true. Here are the sources. Okay, so we're going to go through this. We're going to look at Chris Nanos. He's the current sheriff of Pima County. He's been there since 2021. No, actually, he was initially appointed in 2015. He was Democrat who was elected in 2020 and reelected in 2024. Born in Texas. He did law enforcement. Let's see. Corrections officer, criminal investigations, violent crimes, SEX crimes, narcotics, all that stuff. So, you know, he knows this stuff, it seems like. He has a degree in public administration and criminal justice, and he's been married for 36 years. Okay. His tenure has been marked with controversy, including staff shortages, allegations of a hostile work environment, and public disputes with critics. They've faced scrutiny over high-profile cases, such as the current one. And it says he's faced multiple allegations of corruption, cronyism, and misconduct during his time as sheriff. So first one was RICO funds, 2015-2017. He was implicated in a federal investigation into the misuse of racketeer influence and corruption organizations' funds, which are intended to combat organized crime. It says that he requested nearly $210,000 in funds, and his initials were on the memo. And it says that his deputy was indicted for money laundering. So that's one case. It says 2 separate investigations cleared Nanos of direct involvement. And then hostile work environment. He's had former surgeon generals. They've accused him of creating a hostile work environment from retribution, harassment, transfers, and demotions for cooperating with FBI probes. That's interesting. So anytime his staff has been cooperating with the FBI, then they get harassment, transfers, or demotions from him. That's very interesting. That doesn't seem normal. And you,
no,
and as we know, Well, we know in this case, he also rejected the FBI being able to test the DNA evidence. He tested it himself in his own lab. So
I sent it to a private lab, right?
Yeah.
He didn't test it in-house, right?
No, yeah. He just used his own. He didn't let them do it. Is the point?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's been sued by a sergeant. Let's see. He was sued by a sergeant. He placed on leave in a lawsuit because of reputational damage. Other people have also done the same. Let's see. In 2015, he had a false arrest case. A federal jury awarded a couple $1.25 million with Nanos as the defendant for unconstitutional search and seizure. This was by deputies under his command, not him directly, and also includes allegations of hazing and false arrest and leaked audio and comments from department insiders. A 2025 lawsuit accused Nanos of failing to comply with Arizona's public records law. And these allegations paint a picture of internal dysfunction and potential abuse of power. There's no evidence connecting him to the Big E network. That's something a lot of people are asking about, is if he was in the files or something similar. I didn't see anything that showed that. And then same with like deep state stuff. People are like, oh, is he tied somehow to the deep state? And I didn't see anything. Someone said that he was either corrupt or wildly stupid. Someone on X said that in handling the evidence, implying that there was interference possibly. But overall, yeah, I mean, it looks like he's pretty typical for this type of law enforcement, right? And let's see, blocked FBI. The allegations are presumed to be related to the glove and the DNA samples. He used his own crime lab.
We tried looking at another spot. If you have any other,
yeah, so I mean, there's nothing like major, I guess, on this guy that says he's a corrupt individual, but there is some sketchiness around the way he handles things, especially with the FBI. So it says in 2016, the FBI investigated Nanos' department in the RICO scandal. And kind of every since then, it seems like he just wants them to stay out. So he has a bad taste in his mouth for the FBI, it looks like.
Just interesting because most, I mean, sometimes local law enforcement doesn't like to be one-upped by the feds, but oftentimes they like being, they like the attention of having Fed resources coming in, helping them. They like national news attention. Is the sheriff a Republican or a Democrat?
It looks like he was elected as a Democrat.
Democrat. Okay. All right.
Down here. We got a new photo of the.
So I think they are back to Nancy's house.
Looking because the suspect's walking across the front of this neighbor's house.
And apparently there's some new imagery about the suspect
What it's looking like.
from the neighbor's camera.
Or walking and someone picked him up.
Let's see if I can find that.
Oh boy, folks, we're gonna look at some new footage here. Matter of fact,
New
we might
footage.
do it right here.
You want to do it on the box up here?
Some phone on phone action.
He's gonna
The
come
power
see him?
cable.
Right down
Right there.
to his car.
Whose house is that?
It's a neighbor's about less than half a mile away from Nancy's, and then he takes off walking up their driveway.
So he's
Just
creeping in someone
posted.
else's driveway. Is that someone else's driveway?
Yeah, it says it's posted. It was 24 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home, and that's one of the neighbors.
On the same night.
Yeah.
So the dude walked here then, or was scouting around other houses.
Parked at the end of the street and went in, and then hit, because they could park at the edge so they can get to that and then take off quick.
Yeah, but how are you going to grab Nancy?
That's where we're at. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to look into this, folks.
Yeah, right.
We're going to set up shop here. I mean, I think that's huge, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm texted to you. Yeah, I did. You should have it right now. It's some dude named Nerdy Addict on Twitter posted it.
Nerdy addict.
That's a great name. Trying to see if I can pull that up here really quick. Posted in some other case.
So exactly where? Let me see. All right, hold on, stand by, folks. We're just gonna keep this here. I'm gonna wait for
I'm
a
not
second.
seeing that footage on that person's.
Find out when exactly.
I'm gonna take a
feed.
screenshot of it.
Guess we'll have to wait for him to show it. I don't see it on here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's more than one. Let me see.
Note the reflectors on the shoulder area of the backpack.
Oh, here we go. All right, so this is what they're trying to show, I believe. This footage here.
Boom.
So you see the
Right there.
backpack.
See him?
You see the person walking up towards their house.
And there's a reflector on his shoulder of the backpack.
Yeah, reflector on there.
Yes, but is that the suspect?
I don't know.
Hmm.
But this is from a Ring camera less than half a mile away from this house.
I'm gonna.
From one
hold
of the
on.
neighbors.
A lot of people are posting this now.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying that
No.
this might not even
Yeah, I'm
be.
gonna. Yeah, well, I'm looking.
That's
through
not
it.
her house, but
And what's the deal with the car?
this thing is someone in the neighborhood. I don't know about the car. I don't know if the car has anything to do with
Also
it.
looks like the light is
It's just the
on.
person walking in the driveway.
Yeah, but this could
Yeah.
be.
Backpack on.
But look at the Mercedes that. Did he get out of that Mercedes because the lights
Uh,
are on? And the
Yeah,
lights-
because the interior lights on and the headlights are on, it appears.
See, if you look at the Mercedes, the lights are on.
Oh, they're breaking it.
Brian Hinton just pressed, just went into Mexico.
It's hard to send this. Yeah, I can't do it like
Can't
that.
do it, huh?
Yeah, so I mean the light's on.
I don't think it's the
That-
same
that-
person.
That can also
Looks
happen
like
if you
he
touch
just
the
went into
handle
Mexico.
on certain cars too.
Brian Hinton's in Mexico right
The
now.
security and stuff in the car. So
Yeah, well, I was
I don't
told
know.
they were.
but
They're all just gonna talk to pharmacy people.
Yeah.
I can't
they're
tell if
going
this is
across,
walking
talk to a
towards or
pharmacy.
away
You know, if
from the house, from
About
a house
drugs.
versus nearby.
I think I
in the
go for
neighborhood,
other things, but
Oh, about her medication.
apparently.
no,
Huh.
just about medication anyway.
And now they're saying Brian Hinton is in Mexico.
All right, so what I'm doing is I'm enhancing this.
Oh, Brian.
This out here. I don't,
Let's
you know,
see
I don't know
what's
if
going on
this
with
is-
Brian.
This is not being shared on social media. I have no idea the location. I can't bet this, but this is being circulated. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit too.
So it looks like Brian's in Nogales. Nogales.
It's not the same outfit as the suspect. No, it's not the same person. It's not the same person. I don't know where this is coming from. It's not the same.
I was going to mention that. Oh, here, you go ahead. Talk about Brian Hinton.
That's literally all it is. Just crossing to Mexico to see people have heard of Nancy Guthrie case. So I'm not sure if he has a live, maybe on YouTube or something going. I can check that.
This just looks like just a homeless guy.
I think what they're trying to point out is the reflector on the strap. That's
The reflector on the strap could be the same person.
But yeah, I think they're right though. The guy, whoever that was, doesn't match what we saw in the other video footage of the people that they think took her. I would agree with that. And we can look at that too. Yeah, I don't see any new lives or anything from Brian. I don't see any new videos, just that X post. So looks like
What do
he
you
is in
think, folks?
Mexico.
It looks like it's like a gray jacket with a black backpack.
Yeah, this is just like somebody that's homeless is walking through areas.
I'm like, isn't that a nice area? Does it have a lot of vagrant traffic?
Well, I mean, any area can.
Well, yes, but
he gets out of the car.
Yeah, so let's compare that to this.
They're pictured in that video.
Yeah.
Oops. Where are we at here? So this is We the People. But this
Let's
is
go down here some.
this does not look like the
Take a look
same
at that video
clothes and
here.
stuff that the other person
It
had
could be
on.
the person.
No.
Genre.
The other one had a reflector. But see that reflector on the backpack? That's the same.
Okay.
Right? So hold on. Now what's going on here? Is this the same person?
Yeah, I left you guys hanging yesterday with your stuff. I had to
What
zoom
was
out.
Nerdy Addict?
I know you guys had the shade.
All right, let's look at this. Reflector on the shoulder. Can I zoom into this?
Yeah.
I can't zoom in. Damn it. Maybe I can do a screenshot.
Somebody's planting something.
Yeah. Do a screenshot and then.
Nothing there. Let's go back to this. All right, let's go like there.
Oh, they're planning.
Come on, let me screenshot. All right, let me see if I can pull this up here. See, this is real-time investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Screenshot. Pull you up.
Yeah, and then I want to see the walk again.
Thank you.
Nina, the reason why you can't see all of the comments potentially is because some of them are coming from the mobile feed and some of them are coming from the regular stream. So there are two different simultaneous streams.
And you may also be on the hold on a second. There we go. You may also be not set to see all of the comments. You might just be seeing like newest or latest or live only or whatever it may be. So you have to look at the settings of the stuff you're looking at too. All right, let's look at this. Move this down. All right. It's really hard to tell, but is that person wearing a hat or anything? I can't really tell. But the jacket looks like it could be similar. There's definitely a reflector on that backpack. And I mean, I have backpacks and I have like military backpacks and stuff like that too. And I don't have reflectors on any of mine. The reflector doesn't seem like a super common piece of backpacks, but I know for kids' backpacks, for school, maybe, at least when I was a kid. But does that seem in like the pants? I mean, obviously we're looking at like night vision over here versus color on this side. But does that backpack and everything look the same? I mean, I don't even know if the clothes look the same to me. Let's look at this walk. So to me, it looks like the pants are really light colored for this one. They almost look like they're white. And they look like, actually, are those sandals? I'm having a really hard time seeing anything in this. It's so low resolution. It almost seems like sandals and like loose white pants, almost like slacks. And then this one over here, it looks like they're wearing jeans. Can I zoom in on this? Nope, of course not. But to me, it doesn't seem like the same person or the same clothes. What do you guys think in chat? If you think it's the same person, put a 1. If you think it's not the same person, put a 2. Interesting. Anyone speak Spanish? If anyone speaks Spanish, can you translate anything that you hear?
Pixelated. She's searching the property. She came from Mexico and she got stakes and she's searching the property. It's the next door neighbor's yard. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? She's using like a thing there. Where'd she come from? Mexico?
Yeah, they're based in Mexico. They're with Madres Buscadoras in Sonora. They search for missing people in Mexico. They've been doing it
Interesting.
for a few years, and they received some tip, and so they came to join the search. I asked her if it was like her family or authorities, and she wouldn't say who. But they're going to be out here in the next couple of days.
Oh wow!
So they have a company or an organization of, it sounds like, volunteers that are searching for bodies, and they're from Mexico.
So it appears, folks, we have some maybe search groups here now. Dude, there's more.
If you look, too, the date stamp in that video is in the bottom right-hand corner from this morning at 3:09.
3:09 this morning.
Yeah, that changes everything.
Well,
I don't think that guy's going to come back into this neighborhood, and I think you're right. I think that's just a homeless guy trudging through.
Homeless guy trudging through.
That's it.
It's interesting that they're allowing a random group of people from Mexico to be searching in the area.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume the crime scene has already been closed, so people can do whatever they want at this point. But do they have permission to be there searching in the first place?
I mean, do they need permission?
To go on to someone's private property and start digging around and looking for stuff?
Well, is it private property that they're searching? I mean, what area are they actually searching?
Looks like I said, all these people that I see are at the edge of the home. Like, I think it's Nancy's property. Like, see all those flowers and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I think that people put that stuff there as like a tribute to her.
Yeah, but like these people who are coming in, like parking or whatever, I mean, are they just...
The people searching are on the property, I think, because she was where the trucks were parked before, that were like the pool people originally, like up in the yard landscaping and stuff. But I think it'd be pretty obvious. Well, maybe if they had dug up something in the yard and put it back in place. Yeah. And dogs can also sniff that too.
There's people here. I think they're doing searches. You here for the search?
What's that? Yeah, take a look, man.
What's your name, Harry? Come on in.
Jamie, I'm one of your fans. Yeah.
Are you
good? From Alabama originally. Have you seen any garbage cans here?
Man,
because it's garbage day.
It is.
Yeah, remember the wheel marks up there? that was in the driveway. Have you seen those pictures?
No.
People have been debating whether it's a
Look, you're
suitcase
doing
or-
studying and everything.
Yeah.
So who you with?
Just who am I with?
Yeah.
I'm not with anybody.
So you traveled here
For a job.
For a job.
I've been here about 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so you came up here. You're going to search around. You're looking around because I
Yeah,
see you
I
with
mean-
like the overalls and everything.
Well, I came straight out of my garden. I was doing garden work. Yeah.
So what's the plan here?
Well, I was just taking a look around and saw the trash cans out today. It's garbage day. And I ain't seen no trash can or anything.
There's 2 companies called Waste Management and Waste Connections.
One's doing recycling, I believe.
So a lot of people in my chat. We got 41,000 people watching. Want to know from this point, where does the trash go? Where the trash in this area? Does it go to a transfer station before a landfill?
I don't know, but I guess it goes to a transfer station first. Almost certainly. With an area this size.
So are you gonna just where do you plan to search?
I was just going to take a look around here. Once again, coming in, I'm interested in the garbage can because, to be bleak about it, they may have had to move a body somehow. You got to improvise. One of the easiest ways to do it.
Which would be what?
A garbage can.
Garbage can.
Yeah.
It's a new theory.
My nephew, he did body pickups here for 3 years, so he got experience with it. And the 2 easiest ways you can improvise: garbage can and a sheet to move it.
So how do you do that? What do you mean? Like just put somebody in a sheet, put them in the
No,
garbage?
you literally lay the garbage can down on the ground and then pull someone into it and then tip it back up. And then you can roll it.
You could roll a garbage can.
That's right.
To where?
A waiting vehicle. If you want to move a body, would be the next thing.
That's the first time I heard that, but I mean, okay. So you're saying that garbage can, get a garbage can, get somebody in the garbage can, wheel a garbage can to another vehicle.
That's right.
I see somebody saying this guy probably knows from experience.
They have to do that somehow. It's one guy.
Now, these are the kind of people that can be planted, right?
So how many you would think?
They generate these characters. They go up and they just start throwing stuff out there and saying things and messing with investigators and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that's what this guy is doing, but it does seem very strange.
150. Yeah. It wouldn't be easy. Most guys wouldn't be able to pick her up, but they'd be able to drag her.
Where's the waiting vehicle? What do you think?
I don't know. That's what I keep pondering.
How
myself. Where
come,
do they put it at?
how come there's no vehicles on out there that they?
Well, I would figure, man, they have to have vehicles. They probably have so many videos though, and so many different vehicles, they don't feel comfortable putting them out because it could just cause chaos.
Like for instance, if they put a vehicle, everyone's going to be saying that's the vehicle.
That's right.
You know, if they say hypothetically a white truck,
Well, remember
we detected a white truck.
Yeah, they
Everyone's
took
gonna,
those pictures around. They had what? Was it something like 40 people they were showing? Yeah.
they say.
Now imagine if they were releasing those pictures to the public. So they're probably trying to control that information.
So you think they're holding a lot of things back?
I think they're holding some things.
Some.
I would guess they're getting to the point where they're not holding too much back.
You think Nancy's alive?
Sadly, no. I don't.
The consensus in my chat say no when we present that question the other day. I would say a good 80 to 90% say no.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to hope, right?
Yeah.
You want to hope.
It's just been too long.
It's been too long. Well, it was very nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too, man. You've been doing a great job, by the way.
Thanks. Thanks for coming out and spreading awareness. And,
For anyone asking about the sound of the yelling, I have sound effects and I use them at very specific times that match. Like I have boos, applause, and the scream you heard was this guy. So usually if you hear something weird and off that doesn't fit what you're seeing on here, it's usually me messing around.
what's going on the south side?
Well, it's lingers everywhere, crime every night and day. You talk about the people in yards. That happens to me at least once a week.
What, somebody in your yard? Like doing what?
Just working. My nephew found a guy looking through my window.
There was somebody looking through your window?
Yeah.
Where do you live on the south side?
I live
just the area. You don't have to
just
say
off
that.
of Valencia.
Okay.
Just off of Valencia. Most people will know where that's at.
And you saw somebody looking through your window?
Yeah, that's regular, man.
Backpacks, people with backpacks wandering, lurking around. What are they doing? Like trying to rob houses or
they're trying to case the place. A lot of them are just yard thieves.
Yard thieves?
Yeah.
Like what do they take?
Try to steal tools and stuff out of the backyard.
tools to go get quick cash for? Does stuff get reported? Do the police?
Oh yeah, you can report it, but you can only report it to the one.
Why?
Yeah, and you never get a cop to show up or something like that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, look it up. They've got a list of crimes here that they basically concentrate in and focus in on, and then everything else.
Even JLR.
Yeah.
JLR is looking at him like he's suspect
what is
too.
like in Tucson?
Well, they've done the opposite of broken window policing. They went to the opposite end of that, like Giuliani did in New York City. They cleaned it up.
Mhm.
And instead, what they've done here is try to pull off community policing, but it has not worked. As a theory, it has not worked. And what they need is they got to build back up their police force. In 2020, it got roughly cut in half.
2020, the police force got cut in half.
Yeah.
This guy's running his mouth way too much.
They ain't got enough men. They can't cover it.
What was
He
it
looks
like
very
before
uncomfortable and
2020 in
nervous too.
Tucson?
I wasn't here before 2020, but people tell me it was better. Now, of course, it's a metro and they have their issues and problems, but it wasn't on this level.
Not on this level.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, people feel unsafe, just like going to a store here to pick up groceries. And you hear that universal. And the only people not talking about it are the politicians. When we have crimes here, for example, like happened at the bus stop here where a guy gets murdered with a machete, and then they don't do anything to make the buses safer or the public transportation. They did nothing.
Nothing.
In fact, what the mayor did is she came out and she said that it was safe right after a guy had been killed with a machete at a bus stop. That's the type of leadership we're facing. They won't discuss the problem.
Some people say you're the suspect.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know if you come
Man,
back
I ain't
and
got
chat.
no chat. I think
but
everybody's
it's not
a
personal.
suspect.
Listen. Everybody I interview, there's going to be.
Oh, I know.
He's the suspect. He's the suspect.
I got the beard. Yeah.
You got the beard. You
Yeah.
got the beard. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
thanks
man.
for
Thank you,
spending
man.
this time. Say hi. Be safe out there.
Yes, sir.
Justice for Nancy. A local came out to see what's going on. He came up with the trash can theory. Do you like that theory?
What do you guys think of the trash can theory? He practically demonstrated it. He said, well, when I do it, I go like this. I put it on his side and I shove the body in, real easy to move.
What the heck is going on here? Are you part of the search? And he goes, yep.
Oh, goodness.
He said, don't worry about the politicians here.
Okay, on that note, I think I'm going to run. It's been fun.
Yeah, we
If you
appreciate
can
you
hold
jumping
down
on.
the stream. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Are you going to be on with, are you going to help out John and I with QA?
I am not. I'm not. I hope you're going to be able to do it without me. I'm
we should
sure
be
it's
good.
going to be amazing though.
PNW says,
We should be good.
I know y'all will miss me.
It's not a party without Kelly.
It's not. It's not. Oh, goodness. Okay, you guys. Well, thank y'all so much for hanging out. Thanks for having me on, Matt. I appreciate it. Good to see everybody.
yeah, that was an interesting.
Y'all be sure to follow me if you aren't already. Kelly Rabon, KELIRABON. I appreciate it.
She's on all the socials, TikTok, Instagram, X, YouTube. Anything else?
Bring it on. Yep.
We have to get her on Twitch and Kick. And
I
Rumble.
know. Is Kick still a thing?
I think it's starting to grow a little bit.
Okay. All right. I'll see y'all next time.
For those asking, it's yeah, I'll put it in chat. It's KELIRABON.
How are you?
Kelly Rabon.
I'm great. What's your name? My name is Sandy. Sandy, where are you from?
I'm from, actually, I live in Chicago, but I used to live in St. Louis.
What brings you out here?
Well, I moved here 10 years ago, and
Seeing what's
I
going on
got
up here?
actually from ex-husband abuse, and me and my friend are all into this and everything, so we're always watching YouTube. We've been watching this, and I work
So you watch this case from
you.
From me. Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Me and my friend, we're talking about a home, and I told her I'm here and I'm gonna talk. And so anyway, she's telling me more updates because she doesn't. I work full time, but I took the day off. So she's been telling me updates because she's on a 24-hour. So I said, all right, I'm gonna go try and find this. So she gave me the address. So it's really cool. You're doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
That's really.
For people asking, I'm not sure what the address is of this home. I've been trying to look it up, but I can't find it yet.
Every scenario is in my head right now until we get more information. What do you think happened to Nancy?
First, I thought it was the sister and the brother.
No, it's a
You thought
Google.
it was
It
the
is
sister and brother-in-law.
Arizona.
I don't think now.
You don't think now?
No, I think it could be the two that they arrested. The other.
Which
the
one?
4 people.
Over around the corner?
Yes.
You think it's them?
I think possible.
Yeah, but that guy has a criminal record. He would be in CODIS.
No. Oh, the niece too.
Niece. Okay.
And
Gotcha.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
So that whole thing is fishy with them, the niece, the boyfriend, and then the mom.
Yeah, I think that
Hi,
mailbox is
what's your name?
5800 5800
Hi, Debbie.
maybe.
Hi, Debbie. JLR Investigates. I know you're watching. Hello. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We appreciate you. JLR Army Strong. Thank you.
So anyway, do you think at all that it's them core?
I don't know what to think anymore, honestly.
Really?
We'll keep going. I can only speculate. I don't know what to think anymore.
Really?
I don't have my eyes on anyone.
So
I'd be really interested to know what percentage of these people out here are just like everyday citizens or tourists or whatever covering this, looking at it versus actual mainstream media.
can you see me?
Not yet. There's a delay.
There's a delay.
It's
So
fine, there's a delay.
yeah, he knows there's a delay. So me and my friend are all into this. So I told her I was gonna get the address. All right.
Well, I appreciate
All
you.
right,
Thank you for coming out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Be safe, Sandy.
All right, thank you.
You got cars behind her. She wanted to be on camera. Nice.
Wanted to be
Want to come out and
famous.
say hi. You get to hear and see from Tucson residents their take on this case.
Florida
We continue
plates.
to speak to the people and get the people's thoughts. All of you welcome. Outside Nancy Guthrie's home, there is a woman over there that came from Mexico that is walking around. This woman right here, she is from Mexico, and she is here to search for Nancy.
This might be it. 5820 North Camino Escalante, Arizona. Is that it? Yep, that's it. All right, let's go there. See if we can pull that up next to this. Yeah, this is it right here. So it's 5820 North Camino Escalante, and that's in Tucson, Arizona. So are these people on this little driveway here? They're probably off on this right here, North Camino Escalante Road. I can't let me get any closer. Yeah, so they're along this this whole path right
nice
here.
to see you. What's going on?
It's like in the middle of nowhere. But I think those people are looking up in this property. The ones from Mexico that came up. Let's see. Will this let us walk onto the property? No. Oops. I thought they had like a 3D. They need Google Earth, maybe? Hold on, let me try that. That might work a little bit better. Getting fancy.
No, fue voluntad propia, como te digo, empatizo con ellos.
All right, looks like this is the home here.
Tanto aquí de
5820.
persona y luego más de
Let's
una
go 3D.
de una persona mayor. Entonces yo sentí la
Okay.
necesidad de
So yeah, so they're all parked off of this main road here.
apoyar de esta manera en lo que en mi conocimiento, como le digo.
And this is the property.
Mi nombre es Lidia Hernández. Somos del Madre Colectivo de Sonora. Yo soy del Madre Buscadora de Nogales, Sonora.
A lot of houses.
Gracias, Lidia.
Me manda fotos.
Te mando todo.
Okay.
Yeah, Google Earth is legit. And its measurements are decent considering the way they get the measurements.
Correcto.
There's people walking around wearing cameras.
En Nogales, Sonora, México. Él nació en Nogales, Arizona y se perdió en México. Y desde entonces yo tengo 6 años buscando a mi hijo y a todos los que encuentremos.
Can anyone translate that?
Yo desde que supe de esta persona, yo quise venir a dar un poquito de conocimiento sobre terreno, sobre campo, porque tengo experiencia. Y pues esa fue mi deseo, empatizar con esta familia, porque yo sé lo que se siente tener a una persona desaparecida. Correcto, voluntariamente.
There's my favorite guy. I was just talking to you.
All right.
I thought I'm gonna get out and talk to you a minute. So I'm the one from St. Louis.
You're the one from
And
St.
I moved
Louis?
here 10 years ago.
Nice.
Me and my friend love you.
I
She's
appreciate
been
it.
keeping up with you the whole time, giving me all the information. And we will say you are a trooper.
Thank you. I appreciate
Agreed.
it. Very grateful.
GLR is
And here's all these.
doing
I'm
10,
actually
15 hour,
surprised
20
I
day,
could get
20 hour
down there.
days doing this stuff.
Yeah.
Streaming most of
Surprised
it.
They didn't actually block this off.
Mm-hmm.
Looking to see if there's any updates at all.
So my buddy He works for Telemundo. He said he would translate if you wanted to ask this lady some questions after she came from Mexico.
She came from Mexico?
And she's bringing up a whole group of people with that group.
Oh, a group is coming.
They're a big group.
Looks like he might be able to get a translator for this woman.
Find their missing children.
So a big group from Mexico is coming, folks, to find Nancy.
And they go out because there's a big kidnapping problem for, you know, the cartel in Mexico. And all these mothers created these groups and they go out. Thank you.
For anyone new that's coming in asking what we're watching JLR Investigates. He's on the ground right in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. And there's this group from Mexico, these women here that are searching for bodies. They look for missing kids and they look for missing people. And they came from Mexico over to Arizona to search on her property, apparently. IRT Media and X is saying they saw her and possibly have her location. Let's look at that. IRT Media. All right, so this is the update here from IRT Media. A group called Madres Buscadoras de Sonora. Yes, I took some Spanish. Searching Mothers of Sonora has posted a missing person flyer for Nancy Guthrie on their Facebook page with 1.6 million followers. One follower, Fernanda Soto, commented that someone posted a video claiming they might have seen Nancy south of Sonoita near the Lukeville border about 2 hours from Tucson. They haven't found the video yet. And that area is heavily cartel controlled. Interesting. So let's see where that is. So that is Sonoita. Sonoita, Sonora, Mexico. How far is that from? That's it? Okay. Let's go from here. So from her house to this place is how far? 2 hours and 58 minutes, depending on how you do it. Okay, so she is... So it's about 2 hours and 58 minutes. So it's 3 hours away, depending on which path you take. So that's 258. Yeah, so they're all about the same. So they're thinking that she's down here based on that video. Interesting. And it's a heavy cartel area. So everyone's saying it's the White House to the left on that other map. I think they're going to try to talk to this woman now. Maybe. Yeah, I'd be curious if that border looks rough too. It might just be, some of the stuff we've heard. You can just go white across. Yeah, I hear you, Smarty Pants Dance.
Love it. Aloha. I need to go to Hawaii. How's it in Hawaii?
Awesome.
It's awesome. I've never been there. That's one spot I want to go to. Expensive?
Yeah. Expensive. Right side of paradise.
Be safe. Thank you.
I did not hear JLR thank me for playing his stream. I mean, everyone should be thanking him. He's on the ground, getting this information out, talking to people there, getting a feel for everything, searching. Make sure you guys give him a follow over there too if you're not already. Let's see. Job M330, TriggerSmart. Left of that house is Nancy's. Right. Okay. So I had the wrong house then.
Scoop. We got.
Or I should say, Google Earth had the wrong house. That's the one they pinned.
That was a dud, huh? That surveillance.
So the way I heard it is, the woman with the pole is bringing more volunteers.
That's what he said. He said
it's a group.
I don't know how many deep, but I don't know if they're going to let him search. I mean, if you're going out searching, you got to have equipment. You can't send her out with a pole and some sandals and call it good. You got to have hiking boots. So
yeah,
in Mexico, it kind of different terrain, in certain areas.
Go back up here.
Yeah, they have to worry about snakes.
Dude, so people are they're laying flowers. They're still coming out here. The media's still out here. It's still a active scene out here.
So you guys are saying it's this house right here, this white one, or white roof, I should say, with that U driveway. Yeah, someone says they're asking for proof of life and they haven't complied yet.
He's from Mexico too.
Okay, so yeah, looks looking like it's that one then. There's a white one on each side.
Really? Yeah. All right.
That doesn't look like the same one.
He's a journalist too, right?
Okay, so it's probably this one here then.
Telemundo just said here, I'll spin the camera around. What did he tell you? All right, so
yeah, and people are putting flowers and stuff right here.
Cartel,
so that's the home.
Is out based on officials from Mexico right now. He just showed me the email. He saw it right there, and he came up to me. You saw how he came up, and he wanted me to know that.
So Mexican theory out.
That's what he's saying. This is from officials in Mexico.
Of course. So officials in Mexico are saying that the cartels are not involved, and to just get that out of your mind. Interesting.
He doesn't know, but that's what he's getting from Mexican officials.
Mhm.
Nogales has been checked. I guess it's a pretty tight-knit community down there. You know, when they want to check things out, they know who to talk to, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying that has been ruled out, and I'll try to find his post, or I'll text him and see if I can get the exact Mexican official who let that out, or who said that. But it is.
All right,
he's
sounds
saying-
good. Sounds good.
Right now, Mexican officials are saying it doesn't have any connection.
I think JLR is pretty good at reading people and knowing the BS from, like the people that are down there, obviously, for misinformation and people that might be agents and stuff like that. I think he has a pretty good pin on it because you can see it in his face. He gets a certain look on his face when certain people come up. He's like, I don't know about this person. Is there a river nearby?
There you go. God bless you. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
I think there's washes nearby, is what they call them. Nope.
Mothers of Sonora. That's what they're called.
On the ground, yeah.
I do
Mothers
not
of
see.
Sonora. That was the group. Mothers of Sonora.
I don't see any water nearby.
Buscadoras de Sonora.
Yeah, there's not. Not that I see.
Mothers of Sonora are coming out. Are they coming today?
Doesn't have a. But that lady is part of it. The one in the white shirt is part of it.
Mothers of Sonora. That's the one right there that Megan.
Sorry
Kelly
for getting
talked
dizzy.
about, the journalist.
Yeah, as of July 2024, the Mothers of Sonora has reported recovering 2,700 bodies and reuniting 2,400 living people with their families.
What's going on here?
Wow.
It's parked.
Yeah, we're looking at you, pal.
Is he another fan?
Somebody just pulled up in front of Nancy's home.
Yep. Getting some
it's probably
pictures,
those.
getting some video. Now, like I was saying earlier, you can see how if you have this many people coming and it was getting really busy and they're all on the ground filming and talking and everything, that could be a huge headache if you're mainstream media. You know what I mean? Just having all these people in your way and taking up space and vehicles blocking the road and stuff like that. But I think there's definitely some people like Brian Inton and JLR Investigates who are in there actually doing good work.
Car pulled up. Yeah, can't really park there, but that's up to the officer to enforce it, not me. He's just out there taking pictures. I'm sensing this place is becoming a kind of like a tourist attraction
Yep, exactly.
of sorts.
That was the first thought I had.
I mean, that's the way I'm seeing it. But there's many people here that are paying respect. They'll come and just lay flowers. But there are people that are coming around just taking pictures too.
The street name is North Camino Escalante, right here.
Oh, he's coming out to tell her to move.
North Camino Escalante.
He's enforcing. He probably was instructed right now. You're on TV. Up. All right. He's being told, I don't care where you park, just don't park in front of the house. Good morning.
So far, as of today, everything that I've seen and all the stuff I've been looking at, the only thing that's really new is that footage from the neighbor that maybe looks like it was a similar dude with a backpack with a reflector on it. But there's no new DNA stuff. There's no new leads. Apparently, this Mexican official says that they don't think the cartel was involved. So not a lot of updates yet. How far is the house from those mountains? Let's see. Do they have a measurement tool I can use? First point. And second point. Looks like it's about 4,000 meters. 784 meters away. Pretty good distance. Would it be difficult to get there with her? Probably not. Especially if they had a vehicle. Now, if you're talking about putting her over your shoulder and carrying her down and that kind of stuff, yes, that would be difficult. And a lot of people would see you, right? And this is why a lot of people are saying, like, you know, some people are using JLR stream and stuff that he said people could, but it's good to have the combination because you have his stream and a lot of people are following it directly in this stuff, and that's awesome. But also because it's also important that you have the other news that's coming out and other videos and other information, and like us being able to search on the map and see where things are. That adds a little bit of value there too. But I think what he's doing, like, would I sit for 2 weeks on site filming all day, being around all these sketchy people and stuff like that? Would I do that? I'm not sure. If it was the right case, I probably would. But, boots on the ground is a certain type of personality, and it takes a lot of, like, not just physical and mental toughness, but also like dedication to stay there. It's been 2 weeks and not much has happened. And you have all these people lined up along that road that are covering this day and night. And I mean, that should definitely be applauded. So I think JLR should definitely get props for that. And I want to get a hold of him too about his mic, because the wind always blows his mic out. And I wonder if he has external mic for his GoPro or whatever he's using, his Action 5 or whatever it is.
We'll continue to leave it here for a bit till something pops up.
About 3 miles to the mountains. Yeah, so if you're talking about vehicle, that's nothing. You're talking about foot and her, and assuming she has bad health, you probably have to carry her or something. That's quite a feat. Three miles if you fly. Yeah, there's windscreens and stuff that will knock that down quick. I have a couple external mics, some wireless mics, and I have Action 5s. Action 5 action cameras, and they have wind modes on them, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. But you can actually, like, he could just tape like a piece of like furry cloth, for example, over the top of the mic, and that would probably knock most of it down. But I mean, he does this all the time, so I would assume he has that stuff. But like when he was at the golf course, it got pretty bad. I was saying Coop's video. Is that YouTube or X? Where's that at?
What now, folks? Just waiting.
I'll turn on the scanner in a minute and see if anything.
Yeah, they're gonna switch to the police scanner, see if anything else is going on. Doesn't seem like there's anything going on right now. I'm gonna do a search too really quick and see if there's anything else coming on. I don't see any other updates anywhere.
Get in. Still here. Still here.
He goes like 100 miles.
Yeah, he's the photographer. He's like the host, I think.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any new updates.
Here, host. Hello. Benita? Lima? 50. Oh, that sun feels great.
And so you have stuff like, let me show you this here really quick. This is important for this kind of investigation. So they're saying that
Where is Nancy Guthrie?
you have A57 Tucson. Is he gonna let me play this? Something funky going on there. But yeah, so you have you know, JLR, while he's recording and streaming live, he's also posting this type of stuff too. So I mean, that takes a lot of talent to do both. And coordination. So anyone that's giving him a hard time, they should probably stop. Let's see. People are asking about that video from earlier. Let me find that. It's Nerdy Addict.
What do you think?
Let me
think
see if I can post this in the
Mexico
chat.
is still legit or not legit?
There's a link there.
Well, Telemundo's ruling it out based on what he when he showed me that, the way he showed
What
it.
did he
All
show
right.
you?
So based on this guy who walks up, and you know, as far as we know, he could be, you know, he could be FBI, CIA, could just be an everyday dude. But based on that, put a 1 in chat if you think that she might be in Mexico, and put a 2 in chat if you don't think she is. And that's assuming, you know, that she's alive. So 1 if you think she's in Mexico, and a 2 if you think that she is in Arizona still, or in the US. They're saying it's not cartel related. You know, that's the word on the street, at least from the Mexican side of things. They're saying there's no cartel involvement. It looks like it's about 50-50 in chat, about half and half. Yeah, Telemundo's nonsense. That's mainstream media. So that'd be the equivalent of like MS Now coming out and saying that, you know, nothing to see here. And, you know, the cartels are powerful. You know, I don't know if, like, when I was a kid, you used to talk about, oh, the Mexican cartel, you know, move some drugs or whatever. But the cartel now is so connected. It's everywhere. It's in politics. It's in their food, agriculture out there. Obviously, people across the border. There's a lot of cartel that's in the United States, operating huge crime rings. What do I think about the Google searches? So this is what's interesting about those Google searches. Those same similar type of searches, the Google Trends. So in this case specifically, it was searching for Savannah's salary, I guess, to see how much money she makes, and then searching her mother and her address. So that's interesting. But you look at like the Charlie Kirk case, and there were searches going across everything. Almost every single person involved, down to the medical examiner and the surgeon who was at the hospital, and Tyler Robinson, even himself, like all those people along the way, they seem like there's some part of this, and the security team and everything were searched in the Google Trends. And that was according to Barron. That's kind of the thing that brought him on the map. So it's very strange. And now we're seeing these patterns where people are going into Google Trends and seeing these searches before crimes happen. So in theory, you can almost do like a pre-crime, right? Like we can go to Google Trends right now and search for something, and then maybe we can like maybe we can stop a crime before it happens, just based on the people that it's searching on and that kind of stuff. But I think the searches are probably legit, but as far as where they come from, like the IP addresses and stuff can be spoofed. So I think the search is relevant, but I don't know if the location they're searched from is necessarily relevant. Yeah, Tyler's defense team was also in there in Google Trends, and so was the judge. So very, very sketchy.
You know, it's in the sheriff's hands right now. If Nancy was in Mexico, the FBI, they don't want the Mexican angle, because that would elevate it to a federal takeover, and it would put a whole spotlight on whole.
I say peel back the onion. I mean, you know how many mothers?
So Mexico might just say no because they don't want the FBI prying around there.
Well, that's the pattern. That's the pattern.
And it takes it out of Sheriff Nanus's hands.
There's so many.
That's just was just suggested to me. I mean, I mean, until you know where she's at, you can't really rule anything out. She could be next door, Mexico. Yep. She could be around the world, technically, however way, but most likely not likely. But
here, you can read that. That's something about. Hey, can you text that to me? Alan Rice.
Not aware of it. People Mexico City not following Nancy Guthrie case. CNN reporter Valerie Leon reports from Mexico City, where the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is receiving limited attention compared to the U.S. While authorities say they are working with American officials, the case has seen little media coverage, as many communities in Mexico are grappling with their own missing persons cases.
See, it's an epidemic. So that's why it came out.
So, no, like, really, most people there are not aware.
How are you? This is Jesus. How are you? And the women are where? Those are the two women? No, one just did. Oh, so it's one more. Yes. One more. Okay. Should we feed it back live, or that's too much trouble? I just want to bring her down here on some back there. Where would you like her? I'm all set up here. Oh, you are already live? But I'll pop up it. But no, but you won't get it. You won't get it live because the first time. I'm on the dish. So if we move, we may not get it live unless we stick to the. Let's stick to it so we can feed it back live. Okay. What run do you want? 3. Would you mind bringing them over? Thank you. Run 3, I'll get them to speed. We're going to wait for the station. It's just a So it's Aaron. Yeah. The woman who's running. Hey, come on out. Just bring the key. Where are you? Yes. Yeah. Right. We stay on, please. Each order run on it as well.
She's back. MSNBC.
You go, Andrew.
MSNBC wants to interview her. I believe, or CBS. I think it's MSNBC.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, we saw that Brian Inton was reporting in Mexico, but as far as I saw, at least the last I saw, unless you know if you have a good source, Ellen, the last thing that I saw was that he was just asking around to see if anyone had heard of this case or if they knew anything about it. They didn't really necessarily have any leads or anything yet, so I think they're just poking around. He's gone to the pharmacist. That's a good idea, actually, because considering that they said she needs medicine every 24 hours to survive, to stay alive, and she has a heart condition with a pacemaker, it would be smart if they did take her to Mexico to check the pharmacies to see what kind of medications people were getting. And if they, obviously, I don't think they'd be dumb enough to take her up to get the medications, but they probably send somebody in and they can buy them over the counter over there. They don't need prescriptions. I'm just going to look for updates here really quick to see if anything else came out. The news cycle on this stuff has slowed down significantly. So let's see, what do we have? Yeah, it just said that the FBI reached out to Mexican authorities and the reward doubled. That's about all that's come out. And then we have this here again. Let me see if this is the same exact representative. We have this article
So in
here.
a couple hours, I think I'm gonna go back over there with the drone. I got my drone guy.
Just want to see what.
Look at some stuff.
Okay, so they're gonna do some drone stuff here. So this article says, where'd you go? Where did my article go? There it is. Armchair detectives complicate the Nancy Guthrie case. And for those of you who came in later, this is something we talked about initially first when this first the stream first started. There was a representative, and I'm gonna see if it's the same one, that basically was just saying that they call them armchair detectives. They call them like fake investigators. You know, people like JLR and people looking into Charlie Kirk cases and all those, you know, everyone across the board. If you're on social media and you investigate, unless you're working for a mainstream media company, they say that you're garbage, basically. And let's see, families cleared. The children, including Savannah, are not suspects so far. No match for the DNA. We know that. A Mexican security official who was not authorized to speak publicly told the New York Times that the FBI had contacted authorities in the Mexican state of Sonora, which is a border to Arizona, to investigate an alleged purchase related to Nancy Guthrie's case, but it's been officially ruled out. So and now we've learned over time, just because they officially rule it out doesn't mean anything, right? Doesn't mean anything. So, but yeah. So they're saying that, you know, people being on the side, on the scene, speculating about it. I think a lot of the speculation that initially was that Savannah or her siblings were part of this, which, you know, obviously that pissed a lot of people off. And obviously Savannah works for mainstream media. So they've been attacking these people like JLR. But so far, he seems like he's, you know, he hasn't had too many issues out there.
Yeah, yeah. all in the chat. If you didn't get my Insta, there it is.
I couldn't see anything on his phone. Yeah, it'll be interesting once the truth comes out, if the truth comes out. I mean, there's stuff like, you know, MLK and JFK and stuff like that from the past that's still not solved. And there's people who have come out and said they know exactly what happened, and they get silenced, and then it gets ignored, and people move on from it. There's people now still looking into the JFK. That's something that, you know, on my channel and like Barrett and other people, we're still looking into possibly doing some lives on that. But hey, Carol. Well, high profile cases are more difficult to solve. They also have a lot more money behind them. They have a lot more actors that can manipulate things. And in modern times, just think about this. In modern times, if a crime is committed, not only are there deep fakes and AI to do images and video manipulation and that kind of stuff, but and even voices, right? Like I can fake the voice of someone else on my phone with AI. And then you have internet's everywhere. They basically track every single move that we do. I don't know if you guys know, but like most televisions, they can turn it on and listen to you remotely. And some even have cameras in them. They can look at you, even though you don't use the camera for anything yourself. So, like, I don't see how anyone can get away with any crime nowadays unless they have acceptance from someone higher up that allows it. Because there's so many cameras on you, so much audio recording everything, so many eyes from everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah, there's definitely people that say they solved it and know exactly what happened, but you know, from a official government standpoint and the FBI and stuff, they haven't said like, "Hey, case is closed. This is, you know, this is who did it, and this is what happened." And there's been, I guess, proof that has come out or documents that have been released showing that there was CIA or FBI involvement in it, allegedly. So, yeah, that's the difficulty you run into when you have a big, powerful government with control over everything from every angle. All right. Yeah, I just did a sweep. I don't see. How many? Let's see. Hey, Butch Wild, we are we covered some of the Nancy Guthrie stuff, including the timeline. That's more at the beginning of the stream. And then we looked at the property on the maps and everything else. We looked to see if there was like a good escape route in the mountains or any waterways nearby. And there's really not. There's a mountainous area that you can see in the background there that is about, I think, I don't know, 3-4 miles away or something similar. And I'm just looking for any new updates. There's not really anything major that came out. There was someone that said from Mexico, apparently, that, you know, they don't think the cartel is involved. So, and that's from their side. That's not like officially accepted, I don't think, at this point. And then there's some people that say that she might have been spotted. So someone in Mexico is part of this group. There's these women that are there right now that are like digging and looking for bodies and possibly looking for her body. And their whole point of their thing is, you know, there's a bunch of kids that get taken and they try and find the kids' bodies and recover them. And I guess they've reunited like 200 plus people, but they're there. And someone in the group, they have like 1.6 million followers on Facebook, said that they saw video or have video that they think is possibly Nancy Guthrie in a certain area of Mexico where there's a lot of cartel. So that's kind of where we're at. And DNA, there's no updates on that. You know, they said no one, it hasn't matched anyone yet, except for the blood, I think matched Nancy. But as far as other DNA, there's no matches for it. So there's not really any major updates going on, to be honest. And I just did one final search as well to see if there was any breaking news that came out on X or anywhere else, and I don't see anything yet. So I think what I'm going to do is obviously JLR is still live. You guys can go over there and follow him on his stream. He's typically live all day, so he'll probably be going until later this evening. And if anything happens, we may jump back on. But I also have a stream with John Bray at 6 p.m. CST here in a couple hours that we'll be talking about the Mike theory for Charlie Kirk. So if you want to catch that, make sure you guys check us out at 6 o'clock tonight, 6 p.m. Central. And make sure you hit that like on the way out. And anyone that's trying to paste links and stuff, the links do not work in chat, just so you know. And then, yeah, I appreciate everyone being here. And as always, make sure you guys like and subscribe and share this around. And we will see you a little bit later.